Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Across Nigeria's dynamic enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous evolving how we save, invest. Every figure tells a story. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV. Tracking the markets, analyzing the trends.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment. Here we look at the market performance. Starting yesterday, markets didn't just move, they spoke. While the street fought for dollars, the bulls on the exchange proved the quality remains the only hedge against volatility. From the oil rigs of the Atlantic to the trading hubs of Onitsha and Aba, this is the intelligence you need to stay ahead. And this is Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Running to the Nigerian Stock Exchange, we'll tell you that yesterday was on a bullish one. Yes, everything was on a bullish note, with the all-share index ASI climbing by 0.16% to settle at 202,023.10 points. Market capitalization followed suit, hitting 130.01 trillion naira. Yes, and then the market breadth was positive as we saw 24 gainers against 16 losers, signaling a healthy, broadly supported recovery rather than a narrow rally. Looking at the market drivers, it was that of a massive interest in tier 1 banks like GT and Access and the industrial giant Aradel. And quickly, let's look at the king of the floors. Yes, king of the floor. Yes, they're speaking to the top 5 earners yesterday, and we are seeing Trans Express. Yes, they closed at 3 naira 12 kobo, making a positive bullish adjustment of 9.86%. Omatech was equally bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 9.76% to close at 2 naira 25 kobo. Cabri was equally bullish as he closed his book at 75 naira 25 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 9.53%. positive adjustment. First Holding Company as well closed at 54 naira 55 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 9.10%. Then GT closed at 125 naira yesterday, making a plus 2.46 change yesterday. Yes, daily change. And looking at the top losers for yesterday, we are seeing Elalek. Yes, Elalek closed at 10 naira 80 kobo, making a bearish dip of a negative 10% adjustment. That communication closed at 1 naira 72 kobo, equally in the bearish, making a negative adjustment of 9.95%. Chams equally closed in the negative as he made a negative adjustment of 9.87% to close at 3 naira 38 kobo. And John Holt equally follows suit, equally very bearish. Yes, it is in the dip as he made a negative adjustment of 9.71% to close at 13 naira 95 kobo. Yes, and moving forward to take a look at our market outlook for today, the Aradel effect is real. Expect institutional investors to continue to rotating out of smaller caps and into high liquidity stocks like GT and Wema Bank as they chase safety in volatile forex environment. Quickly looking at the Naira performance, we can tell you that the Naira yesterday, first significant pressure, yes, sliding further in the official window where the Naira closed at approximately 1,375 naira against the dollar. Yes, and then against the British pound, it traded for 1,720 naira, and against the euro, the naira was able to close at 1,485 naira, making the trade yesterday. And the naira, is fighting a two-front war. While the official window, tries to stabilize, the parallel market is reacting to, scarcity of fiscal greenbacks. At the parallel market, the naira was able to close 1,460 naira against the US dollar. Yes, and then making us see a gap of around 85 naira. Yes, speaking to the arbitrage spread, yes, it was around 85 naira. The market spread was such that the 85 naira spread, being the widest, that will be seen this quarter. The gap, is driven by a surge in demand from small-scale importers in regional trade, trade hubs who cannot access the official foreign, window fast enough. And taking a look at our market projection for today, we'll tell you to expect the excess naira. If you are an importer, that 85 naira spread is your biggest risk. Yes, factor it into your pricing immediately. And looking at Brent crude, the Brent crude was able to, soar at $104, 25 cents per barrel, making an upward trajectory of $2.60. The closure of Strait of Hormuz has sent shockwaves through the energy market as well. And quickly, our market outlook for today, yes, we are seeing a slight correction this morning with prices, hovering around $110.87. However, the floor is solid at $100. For Nigeria, this means higher Federation account receipts but a devastating blow to the cost of importing, refined fuel, speaking to landing costs. And then quickly, for want of time, let's run to the Nigeria commodity market, where we'll tell you that it was indeed a red Tuesday, for local commodities. The space was a mixed bag. Food prices continue to be influenced by energy costs. Cocoa remained a star performer, maintaining gains, due to global supply shortage. Then looking at grains, where maize, Shogun, prices saw 1.5 uptick yesterday, driven by imported inflation and high transport costs. And then looking at vegetable oil, which surged by 5.1% yesterday, hitting its highest level in 4 years. Yes, that's for vegetable oil. And then quickly, let's take a look at our market projection for today. The outlook, suggests that FS projection suggests that volatile interest rates will keep local production muted. So expect domestic maize and sugar prices to rise by midday as transport costs start hitting the supply chain. And at the international market, we'll tell you that Wall Street, is in a wait-and-see mode as the Fed begins its two-day meeting. The Nasdaq led gains yesterday as tech stocks rallied, on AI infrastructure optimism. However, the Dow Jones tripped, it did, as industrial stocks reacted to high energy costs. And moving over to Europe, we tell the market in Europe is bleeding, is a sea of red. The German DAX and France CAC 40 fell by over 2% yesterday, spooked by the energy crisis and stalled US-Iran negotiation. FTSE UK is down as the energy crisis in the Middle East threatening to trigger, a manufacturing recession as well. And moving over to the Asian market, we will tell you that the Asian market as of yesterday was that of a subdued market, though China added 40 million barrels to its reserve, signaling that they expect oil prices to stay high for a long time. Japan Nikkei stayed flat as investors moved into safe-haven assets like gold as well. And then quickly, for want of time, let's just run straight to it and give you our investors advice for today. We're telling you to ditch the cash. Yes, with 85 naira FS spread, the Aldo naira is dying, is a dying money. So move, into the top tier banking stocks, or agricultural commodities. And if you're in the southeast, for traders who are in Onitsha and Onitsha, for example, or Aba and all that, we are telling you to hedge your logistics. Due to the price of Brent at $104, it means that haulage rates will go up, by Friday. Yes, they will go up by Friday. So buy your stocks today. That's our market advice for today. If you're operating within Onitsha and Aba, you should buy your stocks today, as we expect that by Friday the price of haulage will be so high. So in all, we are telling you to prioritize quality over quantity. Don't be fooled by cheap, penny stocks in the market as of now. So the expensive stocks like Aradel and GT are the only ones, with the muscle to survive the volatility. So we are telling you, in a nutshell, look at Aradel, look at GT. These are very strong, stocks to get into now. Just don't look at the cheap stocks at the moment, yes, due to the volatility of the markets. So in all, this is where we'll draw the curtain today here on the business segment on Aneke TV. So we are telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, yes, and keep your eyes on the numbers. I'm Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Court adjourns 14.5 billion naira suit against former Power Minister Bat Naji. On the foreign scene, United Arab Emirates withdraws from Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and OPEC+. On business, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission reminds passengers of rights during flight disruptions. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has formally signaled his intention to seek re-election in 2027 as his representative, James Faleke, obtained the All Progressives Congress APC presidential nomination forms in Abuja. The move marks a transition from speculation to active political mobilization within the ruling party. The nomination forms, valued at 100 million naira, were received from the party's National Organizing Secretary, underscoring the president's readiness to contest the party's ticket. The APC has fixed May 23, 2026 for its presidential primary, with a tight deadline for submission of completed forms. Party officials say the schedule is part of preparations for a smooth and transparent selection process. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, continues groundwork for the 2027 general elections expected to hold in January. President Bola Tinubu has forwarded a list of 15 nominees to the Senate for the reconstitution of the National Human Rights Commission Board. The nominations were conveyed in a letter read at the plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Among those nominated is Dr. Salamatu Husseina Suleiman as chairperson, while Dr. Anthony Ojukwu San is proposed as executive secretary. The president said the appointments are aimed at strengthening the commission's capacity to promote and protect human rights nationwide. The list also includes professionals from legal and media backgrounds, reflecting a multidisciplinary approach to institutional reform. The Senate has referred the nominations to its Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters for screening. The committee is expected to report back within 2 weeks for further legislative action. The Nigeria Police Force has ordered disciplinary action following the fatal shooting of a suspect in Ifrun, Delta State. The incident involved the police team led by Assistant Superintendent of Police Nuhu Usman. The suspect, identified as Mene Ogidi, had reportedly been apprehended by transport union members for allegedly carrying a concealed firearm before being handed over to the police. Authorities say the situation escalated when the officer allegedly discharged his weapon in violation of operational guidelines. The Inspector General of Police has directed the immediate transfer of the officer and his team to Force Headquarters, Abuja, for investigation. A disciplinary committee has been constituted to determine culpability and recommend appropriate sanctions. The Bayelsa state government has imposed a dusk-to-dawn curfew on Oboinibri community in southern Ijaw local government area following a violent communal clash. The directive restricts movement between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. daily. Commissioner for Information, Orientation and Strategy in the state, Ebiuwo Obiyai, said the measure is aimed at restoring order after the unrest resulted in one death and the displacement of several residents. Security agencies have been deployed to enforce compliance. Authorities say the crisis was triggered by allegations involving possession of stolen public infrastructure, which led to retaliatory attacks and destruction of property, including buildings linked to the community's traditional leadership. The police have confirmed the arrest of 3 suspects, while patrols have been intensified in the area. Government has called on residents to cooperate with security agencies to ensure lasting peace. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has introduced a new HIV prevention initiative with the rollout of LenPrep, a long-acting injectable medication. The Mandate Secretary for Health Services, Dr. Adedolapo Sawe, announced the deployment in Abuja. Health authorities say over 4,000 vials have been received for distribution at no cost to eligible residents. The medication, administered twice yearly, is designed to improve adherence compared to daily preventive treatment. The FCT is currently records a prevalence rate of 1.4%, with officials expressing optimism that the intervention will support efforts to reduce new infections. The program targets high-risk groups, including discordant couples and vulnerable populations. The rollout forms part of a pilot scheme across selected states, with services available at designated health facilities. Officials emphasized that the initiative complements existing preventive measures such as counseling and use of protective methods. Health authorities in Jigawa State have called for increased media involvement in addressing vaccine misinformation. The appeal follows a statewide immunization campaign that recorded over 2.5 million vaccinations. State Immunization Officer Dr. Shehu Ibrahim disclosed that the figure represents 16% of the initial target. However, he noted that vaccine hesitancy persists in some local government areas. Officials say achieving the required 95% coverage in all councils remains critical to preventing disease outbreaks. They emphasize the role of accurate information in improving public acceptance. Media practitioners and stakeholders have pledged to intensify awareness campaigns. The initiative is aimed at promoting vaccine confidence and safeguarding child health across the state. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has called on academics to adopt a more practical role in national development. He made the call during a lecture at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. The governor stressed the need for stronger links between academic research and public policy, noting that scholarly output must translate into tangible societal impact. He urged intellectuals to contribute actively to solving national challenges. Professor Soludo maintained that sustainable development is driven by ideas and innovation rather than natural resources alone. He challenged scholars to engage beyond theoretical discourse and influence governance processes. He further emphasized that national progress requires collective responsibility, urging academics to support efforts toward building a united and functional Nigeria. Justice Veronica Ajogu has adjourned hearing in a 14.5 billion naira suit over alleged property demolition in Enugu State. The case involves former Minister of Power, Professor Bat Nnaji, and another defendant. The suit was filed by members of the Nkomoro Onuoba community who claim ownership of the disputed land. Counsel to the plaintiffs, Mr. Peter Igwe, informed the court that the defendants had been duly served but failed to enter appearance. The plaintiffs are seeking compensation for multiple properties allegedly destroyed, as well as damages for loss of lives and personal belongings. They are also requested a perpetual injunction to prevent further interference with the land. The court adjourned the matter to May 12, 2026 and directed that fresh hearing notices be served on the defendants. Proceedings are expected to continue on the next adjourned date. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Court adjourns 14.5 billion naira suit against former Power Minister Bat Nnaji for further hearing. Coming up shortly, United Arab Emirates withdraws from OPEC and OPEC Plus alliance. FCCPC reminds airline passengers of their rights during flight delays and disruptions. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has commenced recruitment of tricycle operators to strengthen its door-to-door waste collection system across the state. The initiative is part of ongoing efforts to improve environmental sanitation. In a public notice issued by the agency, management said it is seeking qualified and experienced operators to support expanding waste evacuation operations. The move is aimed at enhancing efficiency and coverage in urban and semi-urban areas. Applicants are required to be physically fit and possess a minimum of secondary school certification, including wike, GCE or NECO, alongside a valid driver's license. The authority also stipulates at least 2 years of relevant driving experience. Interested candidates are to submit applications within 1 week from April 24, 2026 at the agency's headquarters in Enugu. ESWAMA says the recruitment forms part of a broader strategy to ensure a cleaner and healthier environment for residents. On the foreign scene, the United Arab Emirates has announced its withdrawal from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and the OPEC Plus Alliance, effective May 1st, 2026. The decision marks a major shift in global oil market dynamics. Officials of the UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure said the move followed a strategic review aimed at prioritizing national production goals. The country intends to expand output capacity beyond the constraints of existing quota systems. The development comes amid heightened geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil transit route. Analysts say the withdrawal could weaken cohesion within the oil bloc. Energy experts note that the UAE's exit may alter supply patterns and pricing structures globally. However, authorities in Abu Dhabi have indicated that production increases will be gradual and market sensitive. Senegal's parliament has passed legislation clearing the way for Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko to contest the 2029 presidential election. The reform amends key provisions of the country's electoral code. The bill removes legal restrictions that previously disqualified individuals with certain convictions from running for high office. Mr. Sonko had been barred from the 2024 election following a defamation case. Lawmakers from the ruling parties supported the amendment, describing it as a step toward strengthening democratic participation. However, opposition figures argued that the law was tailored to favor the Prime Minister. The development marks a significant political turnaround for Mr. Sonko, a prominent figure in Senegalese politics. Observers say the reform sets the stage for a competitive presidential race in 2029. United States President Donald Trump has claimed that Iran is seeking engagement with Washington over developments in the Strait of Hormuz. The statement was made via his official social media platform. President Trump alleged that Iran is facing internal challenges and has indicated a willingness to reopen key maritime routes. However, Iranian authorities have not issued any official response to the claims. The remarks come amid ongoing tensions linked to a protracted conflict affecting global energy supplies and security. The Strait of Hormuz remains a critical corridor for international oil shipments. U.S. officials say diplomatic efforts are ongoing, although disagreements persist over proposed peace terms. Analysts warn that continued uncertainty could have far-reaching implications for global stability and energy markets. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has reminded airlines of their obligation to passengers during flight disruptions. The directive follows increasing complaints over delays and cancellations. The Commission's director, Ondaje Ijagu, said airlines must provide refreshment, communication support, and accommodation where necessary. He stressed that passenger welfare remains a legal requirement under existing regulations. The Commission noted that operational challenges, including rising aviation fuel costs, do not absolve airlines of their responsibilities. Recent disruptions have affected major airports in Abuja and Lagos. Passengers have been advised to demand their rights while engaging operators responsibly. The Commission says it will continue monitoring compliance across the aviation sector. The Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative has warned of a potential crisis in Nigeria's aviation sector due to rising operational costs. The group has called for urgent government intervention. According to the group, the sharp increase in Jet A1 fuel prices has placed severe financial pressures on domestic airlines. Industry operators say the trend threatens sustainability across the sector. In a communication to the President and National Assembly, stakeholders proposed policy reforms and financial support measures. They warned that airline failures could disrupt the broader aviation value chain. The group urged a data-driven response to stabilize operations and protect jobs. Analysts say timely intervention will be critical to preventing further decline in the industry. Despite pricing guidance by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, aviation fuel prices remain above recommended levels across Nigeria. The development continues to affect airline operators. The regulation had earlier set benchmark prices for Jet A1 based on prevailing market conditions. However, industry checks show that actual market rates remain significantly high. Stakeholders attribute the disparity to supply chain inefficiencies and the role of intermediaries. Increased demand has also contributed to sustained price pressures. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has proposed an increase in ATM card issuance fees, drawing mixed reactions from stakeholders. The proposal forms part of a draft guide on bank charges. Under the draft, the fee would rise from 1,000 naira to 1,500 naira. The policy also includes the removal of maintenance charges on naira-denominated cards. Financial experts, including Dr. Uju Ogubunka of the Bank Customers Association of Nigeria, have raised concerns about the short timeline for public input. They warn that the changes could impact consumers. Other analysts, such as Professor Godwin Oyedokun, said the proposal reflects ongoing tensions between regulatory adjustments and consumer welfare. The Central Bank of Nigeria has invited feedback ahead of a May 8th deadline. Now in sports, Nasarawa United is awaiting a fitness update on midfielder Benjamin Oloche ahead of the crucial league fixture. The player is recovering from a shoulder injury sustained during the State Federation Cup final. Club officials say Oloche will undergo a late fitness test before the team's trip to Ibadan. His availability is considered vital given his recent performances. Technical advisor Mbuas Magnut expressed optimism that the midfielder will recover in time. He noted that medical staff are closely monitoring the player's condition. The team is scheduled to face Shooting Stars in a matchday 36 encounter. Coaches say preparations remain focused despite injury concerns. Now in entertainment, Nigerian singer Tenny has drawn widespread attention following a recent public appearance showing noticeable weight loss. The development has generated reactions across social media platforms. The artist appeared alongside rapper Olamide in a video that quickly went viral. Fans have expressed mixed opinions, with some praising her transformation and others raising concerns. Tenny has previously stated that her weight loss journey is motivated by health considerations. She has consistently denied undergoing surgical procedures to achieve the change. Supporters have called for respect and an end to body shaming, emphasizing the importance of personal health choices. Observers say the conversation reflects broader societal attitudes toward body image and wellness. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. A high court sitting in Enugu State has adjourned to May 12, 2026, the hearing of a 14.5 billion naira suit filed against former Minister of Power, Professor Aneke. The case was instituted by members of the Komoro Onoba Aneke community who are seeking compensation over alleged demolition of property and other damages. At the resumed hearing, counsel to the plaintiffs, Mr. Peter Iwe, informed the court that the defendants had been duly served but failed to enter appearance or file a defense. Justice Veronica Jogu subsequently adjourned the matter and ordered that fresh hearing notices be served on all parties to ensure proper compliance with court procedures. In a major development on the global energy scene, the United Arab Emirates has announced its withdrawal from the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and its allied grouping, OPEC+. The decision, which takes effect from May 1st, 2026, marks the end of nearly 6 decades of UAE membership in the Oil Producers Alliance. Officials of the UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure say the move follows a strategic policy review aimed at prioritizing national energy interest and expanding production capacity beyond existing quota restrictions. Meanwhile, in Nigeria's aviation sector, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has reminded airline passengers of their statutory rights during flight delays, cancellations, and other disruptions. According to FCCPC Director, Mr. Ondaje Ijagu, airlines are required by law to provide basic care, including refreshments after prolonged delays, communication support, and accommodation where necessary. The Commission stressed that despite operational challenges in the aviation industry, including rising fuel costs, passenger rights must be upheld. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood. and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing. You understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has any the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting in as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in cycles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chuguma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say, keep your face always towards the sunshine and shadows will fall behind you. Well, the sun is up. The coffee is hot. And we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day. You own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Wednesday, 29th of April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, and that Sunrise pack to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because the Sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, thirsty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
Yes, and later we may unleash the man of many parts, the sports oracle, to give you latest update in the sports world and leave you smiling.
All right, we'll go back to our quote of the day. That's our inspiration segment here on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV, where we have a quote from the great Chinua Achebe. He said, "A true patriot will always demand the highest standards of his country and accept nothing but the best for and from his people. He will be outspoken in condemnation of their shortcomings without giving any despair or cynicism." This is from the great Chinua Achebe. This quote is simply, giving extreme what a true patriot in his nation should look like. Someone that speaks out, someone that calls a spade, not someone that tries to pretend, not someone that tries to paint words. If a leadership, if an institution, leaders or the people who are ruling a particular sector or whatever in a locality, like a town, village, wherever it is, are not doing well, a true patriot is the one who calls things out, who insists, who holds leaders accountable. That's just what it means. How do you hold the leaders accountable? You hold them accountable by speaking out, not by, siding or by getting afraid. No, you call it out. You say, that's what he explained, that he does not look at anything. He just had to call the shortcomings out, and he had to do it without any cynicism or despair. So it means that if you're a true patriot, you have to be up and doing, and you have to always speak out. Your voice is needed in situations around your city, your community, and even your nation. You have to be bold to say what you have to say. That makes you a true patriot.
All right, speaking to patriotism, in the words of the great Chinua Achebe, he said, "A true patriot will always demand the high standard of his country and accept nothing but for and from his people, demanding and accepting nothing but the best from his people." But let's speak to the moral authority, to demand, seek, and ask for the best for your people. What gives you that moral authority? One, you have to be a patriot. And for you to be a patriot, it means that you are upstanding. Yes, in yourself, you live by the highest standards, the highest ideal, that is acceptable by the state. And speaking to this ideal, the acceptable standard that anyone would begin to make demands means that you have paid your dues. And this morning, speaking to paying your dues, for you to be able to make demands, that means as a patriot, you have participated, in your civic responsibility. Yes, if you do not get involved and you do not engage, and discharge your civic duties, you cannot be said to be a patriot. Patriots are those who move the nation forward, who stand for the nation irrespective of discomfort. How would you call yourself a patriot if you do not participate in the process to ensure that this nation enjoys quality leadership, that you do not participate in the process of leadership selection? Yes, you do not need to be a leader to be a patriot. A follower can be a patriot, but if you do not participate in this process, then you sabotage the process. You become a traitor. And I know we are no traitors. We are patriots. Therefore, we urge you this morning, irrespective of where you are, in Alaba International, be it in Beijing in China, wherever you're watching from, in Ogige Market in Osaka, in Obote Market in Enugu, or Arera Market in Aba, we urge you this morning to be part of the process. Be patriotic. Go get your PVC. And if you do have it, dust it. Get ready. For soon the bell will toll. And then it will be laid upon us to choose the right leaders who would lead this nation aright, who will set the standard, make the economy work for each and every one of us, who will set, the things that we complain about, set them right. And there's only one way. If we participate in the process, if we participate and engage in choosing the right leaders, that's the when we can proudly and boldly place a demand on the country, on the society. We can't be able to, question the leadership. So we urge you, please get involved. Participate in the process. Get your PVC. Then you have the moral authority, like the great writer Chinua Achebe is telling us that a true patriot will always demand the highest standards of his country and accept nothing but the best for and from his people. He will be outspoken in condemnation of their shortcomings without giving way to despair or cynicism. And in this regard, what gives you that advantage, that boldness, is because you've participated in that process. And when you speak, indeed, the nation will pause to listen because you are a patriot.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The day starts warm, around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, with cloudy skies already. As the day moves on, it becomes very hot, reaching about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius. Later in the afternoon in Oka, expect thunderstorms, which may come suddenly. After the rain, the evening will feel cool, fresh, and calmer.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the cool city. The morning in Enugu starts cooler and comfortable at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it rises to about 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is expected earlier, and after the evening is expected to be calm, cool, and warm.
Good morning, Abakaliki. The day in Abakaliki starts cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but by afternoon, it becomes hotter, reaching about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius. Later, thunderstorms are likely, bringing relief on a cooler night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri starts warm and humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. The sun gets stronger as it rises to about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. And later, rain and thunderstorms are expected. By night, things become calm, cool, and slightly damp.
Good morning, Omahia. The morning in Omahia starts mild at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, then climbs to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. By evening, rain showers are likely, helping to cool the air. The night becomes calm, cool, and peaceful.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But do remember that either rain or sunshine will get you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Please stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles
with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page headline of newspapers today, from the Punch to the Nation, to the Guardian, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, and the Vanguard.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, helping us to debone these news issues. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise one more time.
Thank you for having me, Uche. It's a great morning on Wednesday.
Good to hear that it's a great morning. And let me ask, has anything changed about how Nigeria is treating you?
I ironed my clothes today, this morning.
You ironed your clothes?
Yes.
Is that how far we've sunk as a nation, as a people, that will celebrate when we still like to iron clothes?
At least you can see that I'm looking better than I used to look in the past 1 week.
All right. Nevertheless, it's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
On the Punch headline, we have 2027 election. Tinubu, APC big wigs, big forms. GRAC backs Hamzat. Now on the Guardian headline, we have opacity, weak audit trail, federal government spending amid abuse of Fiscal Responsibility Act. On the Nation, we have Tinubu picks nomination form to open re-election bid. On the Daily Sun, we have Nigerian Labour Congress cries out over workers' worsening condition. Now on the Daily Trust, we have ADC battles time, demands verdict. Now on the Punch headlines, we have 2027 election, Tinubu APC big wigs, peak forms, GAC backs Hamzat. The President Bola Tinubu and other key figures in the All Progressive Congress have obtained nomination forms ahead of the 2027 elections, signaling the start of an internal party contest with the Governance Advisory Council, who has endorsed Obafemi Hamzat, strengthening his position in the race for governorship succession. This is the headline, and it's talking about Mr. President, who has who has picked his re-election nomination form from the APC, and that form actually cost 100 million naira. I saw it in the news, and today it is something that Mr. President has officially declared his intention to run, and to participate in the 2027 election. And talking about the Obafemi Hamzat, this is the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, who yesterday Mr. Sanwo-Olu endorsed to
succeed him in the governorship suit in Lagos. And this is what was happening in the side of the political party, and seeing that in Lagos, basically I'm concerned because it's been years and it's been a much more of this from time to time. And this is raising a lot of questions across the nation and other concerned citizens. Yes, Mr. Rice.
The party nomination and of course the eventual submission of candidates is said to happen. The nominations are here, the primaries, the party primaries, the APC as the ruling party has set the pace. This is the only party that has gone into primaries or sales of forms for intentions for those who want to actually run for the party primaries. And that is what has happened. In some places, in some states, there is consensus. In some states, it's going to be the option A4, that is the general queue behind your candidate, or consensus. And some places we have had consensus already happening. And we have seen endorsement of the deputy governor of Lagos State, which means it's actually going to end up being a consensus candidate. I do not know that of Mr. President, but I believe there's going to be another presidential candidate in APC running against for the primaries. Yes, there's certainly going to be someone else who's running, and I believe the person, somebody must be coming from Benin, I believe, either from Edo or Benin.
Yeah, from Edo. You're talking about Osifo Stanley.
Osifo Stanley, he has actually paid for the form. I think he has paid for the 100 million.
Yeah, he has paid 100 million for the form.
So you see, it is not going to just be like that. Anything can happen.
Well,
even Mr. President is going to work harder than he had worked because he has somebody else that's going to run the presidential primary in the APC.
For me, I think this is just for the primaries.
Not for the primaries, yes.
This is just for the primaries. And then looking at this, I'm just laughing because at the end of the day, anything can happen, like you said, and you rightly pointed it out. It's just that when you talk about primaries, especially in the party of APC, looking at how they have dominated the states and having more of the Senate, yes, and having more of these things, you are already tilting towards them, not being able to make this decision. But it's so interesting to see that somebody is actually going and somebody is out to, contest with Mr. President. I would really want to see what this will look like.
All right. Looking at this whole issue, let me start with Lagos State. We've seen the Deputy Governor, Dr. Bafemi Hamzat, being endorsed by Sawolu and GAC, the Governance Advisory Council, in this instance, selecting him as the consensus candidate for Lagos State. Congratulations to the Deputy Governor. For the first time, we are seeing in Lagos State where a Deputy Governor stands the chance to be a candidate in the ruling party. If we go way back during the era of this current president, who happened to be a two-term governor of Lagos State, we know the number of deputy governors that he had, and of all the deputies, none of them, was able to, even speaking to Pedro, that had ambition. Those ambition didn't materialize to anything. And then the deputy to the former minister, nobody heard of him after the administration. And then, we had a one-term governor who now the present governor did succeed So, for him to have the capacity to secure, that ticket as a consensus candidate means that he has gotten endorsement from Budillion. Let me not say Asorok. It means that Budillion has consented to his candidacy, and I am quite somehow surprised because I was expecting the likes of Obasa, the current speaker, of Lagos State's House of Assembly, to be the most favored candidate. There's been a speculation that he will be the most favored, having been impeached by the State's Assembly and then was returned. One was believing that given his political clout, around Agege Aziz of Lagos, that he has the capacity and the blessings of powers that be and the blessings of Budillion for him to be the most chosen candidate. So it's quite surprising. And if I for one, I never, in any way, I didn't see this coming for Dr. Bafemi Hamzat to be the chosen candidate for the APC. But be that as it may, moving forward to speak to the picking of forms in APC, yes, Mr. President has picked his form, which is, for me, is no news, but is the major issue there. That yes, he has picked his form, and the form was bought by James Falake, who is representing Ikeja Federal Constituency, a one-time governorship aspirant in Kogi State, as well, has now come forward to pick the form. They pay the 100 million for Mr. President, in picking that nomination form. Be that as it may, then speaking to the very unknown individual, Osifo Stanley from Edo State, who has picked the form. For me, the question I want to ask is, who gave him the 100 million to pick the form? Is this part of the APC mechanism and orchestration for us to have what seems like there is a movement, or there is a contention or a contender against Mr. President? We know the APC as it is, the machinery that it's well orchestrated and run, that this is just what I'll call just an orchestration or semantics, optics, just for the camera. Let it be that someone has the courage, to go against Mr. President. But in all, the APC has set their form for 100 million for presidents. And the question I want to ask, how are we sure that this individual, and we need to be sure, they need to investigate to see that this individual who are bringing out this 100 million, that they paid taxes on this 100 million that they are doling out. Speaking to Osifo Stanley, I'm sure that he must have paid tax. So the agencies should make sure that there was tax on this money, and even Falake as well, that they have paid taxes. That is more important than the 100 million they are giving to APC. Yes, that needs to be investigated, and they have to be sure about that. Having said that, now, there are other school of thought that if Osifo is not sponsored within the APC, for the optics, then perhaps that we may begin to see, a rising in APC, someone who would want to hold APC to account. In this instance, there must be a primary. That's what it means. It can be settled through just consensus in this regard. If they've allowed for people to pick the party primaries, I do not see consensus working in this regard. So perhaps we may see the possibility of someone going to court, taking APC to court, having though that 100 million naira to purchase this form, and then you come back to tell him that you've chosen the sitting president through consensus. Mr. Rice.
Yeah, let me start from the consensus issue. You see, as far as there are other candidates, except if peradventure the candidate steps down for Mr. President. If not, they must go for the primaries. There will be no consensus, because it's not going to be easy for somebody to come out to pay 100 billion naira for the purpose of ventilating his aspiration and then you come to tell him you should, jettison that aspiration for consensus because it is against Mr. President. It is not done. But at the same time, we have had situations where candidates run against president in Nigeria. Although in the recent time, it's beginning to get eroded away from what pictures we are having. Well, it has not completely eroded because somebody is contesting against Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that will certainly run the elections. Let me go back to the issue of taxation. I do not know if the bigger personalities in Nigeria, the big individuals, strong individuals in Nigeria, are effectively taxed. I do not know to what extent the Code of Conduct Bureau, tends to do their jobs in terms of people in the public sector, people who are in government. It has not been done. That is why people like Balabi are even in court today. We talk about the problem with the Code of Conduct Bureau, not being able to declare assets and do the needful. You see, that is why we say we have the strong persons in our society. So taxation is very, very important. The government must ensure that the law is for all and sundry. Then if you go to Lagos for Habitat to get endorsement, certainly you know that the powers that be favored Hamsat to run for the Lagos governorship. For Obasa is a helmsman. That's why they returned him even after impeachment. The power that be, in quote, returned him. Then they had to upturn that. It's not by the use of the courts. It was just upturned, and the elected speaker thereafter had to go down for Obasa to reassume his position as speaker. Obasa is known for his doggedness and very productive in assisting Bola Ahmed Tinubu all through in Lagos administration. So he is, of course, a force to reckon with. And he felt that if Obasa should be just pushed off like that, then he might turn out to go against them if eventually the election comes. Because Obasa is a force to reckon with. In Lagos State, everybody knows. So you just don't dismiss him with a wave of hand. You cannot remove him as speaker and then he will go and rest. No, he will come all out smoking, during the elections, and ensure that he makes an impact that those who discarded him will forever feel. And that is the situation. I hope some of the questions have attempted it.
No, you illustrated it quite well. Like Udu say in this instance, one is just surprised that the deputy governor is the favored one, who seen where, a little unknown outsider is usually, though within the periphery of the administration, is always picked to, spearhead the affairs of Lagos State. Having said that, we continue to watch and see how things unfold, but one thing is certain, that the APC now has a candidate in Lagos State.
Now in the Daily Trust, we have ADC battles time, demands verdict. This is the Daily Trust headline. It says the African Democratic Congress is racing against time as it pushes for a court verdict on pending legal issues, with the outcome expected to significantly affect its political standing and preparations ahead of the coming elections. ADC also is trying to find their feet in the, to have the court ruling, let things come together for them so that they can move ahead. Just a kind of rumor from one of the ADC chieftain that the court verdict will be given on 5th of May. Then if it's given on 5th of May, they just have 3 days, 3 working days to fix what they need to fix and get together, looking at the primaries timeline that INEC has already given. And all these things are the issues that has come within among the 3 factions in the ADC, the Dumebi Kachuku faction, the David Mark-led faction, and the Nafi Balagombe. So 3 of them, as they are maintaining their status wherever they are, it's just they are expecting, I don't know actually what it's going to be like, but it is more of a tussle now if the court gives the Supreme Court. But if the Supreme Court will not be able to say something or do something it is said that they will go back to the Federal High Court so that the judgment will continue. And this is actually what is happening in the world of the ADC.
All right, so getting things into perspective, one thing obviously is that as at April 22nd, the Supreme Court has deferred, their ruling on the suit involving the leadership of ADC, and as we know, INEC has gone ahead to interpret what it understands that by the status quo antebellum, and ADC is at the mercy of the Supreme Court as we speak. Yes, there are projections and allegation that there is an orchestration to, pander to, a later period when it may be so within, the touch mark of INEC timetable before judgment is delivered, and people who are propagating this notion, I do not know where and how this information, spread out, but I have it on good authority that Yunus Atanko, who is the leadership of the obedient movement, has equally alleged to the fact that the Supreme Court is pandering towards, referring the case back to the High Court, upon which within a period where there will be only 3 working days left, as they are looking at between 6th, 7th, of May, the rest of the days being weekend as well. But be that as it may, Mr. Ress, help us with your enlightened perspective on this issue.
You see, the APC is presently at crossroads, given the myriad of problems and challenges they have. They also have an issue before a High Court about prescribing them, based on the dictates of the Electoral Act. So, and now the issue of leadership has taken them to Supreme Court. And the case has been heard. And if the Supreme Court had deemed it expedient to ensure that democracy continues to survive in Nigeria, they should by now have given the verdict. It is not a rocket science. Giving a verdict on an issue like that is not a rocket science. But some of these allegations tends to convince one. It's an allegation, but some people get convinced that those allegations are not far-fetched, given the fact that ADC will have to participate in the election. And if these things are done the way it is going, they are not participating in anything. Already they are not participating in Osun elections because there's nobody to forward the names of the candidates to INEC. And now the situation here in the case of 2027 elections, on 10th, that is the final day for the submission of register to INEC. And then when will they ever be ready to finish whatever they have to do? And if that judgment comes, or the ruling comes on 5th, we have no time to do anything. Remember that they have done a convention, they have done a it is even upon INEC to either accept or not. If the Supreme Court gives a verdict, if they give a verdict that INEC should recognize the back-led ESCO, well, how are we sure that they will recognize it? How are we sure that they will not push back because what is before them is not even the substantive suit. Then why are we sure that they may not push the substantive suit back to the High Court? So these are all the problems associated. So people who are predicting that ATC may not be on ballot come 2027, well, I see some reality in such prediction. They have read in between the walls and be able to come out with that. The provisions of the law, Electoral Act, and all those processes, the interpretation of antebellum and so on, all this quagmire has set the ADC back to just staying as a political party without a leadership.
So if that happens, that means there's no, we could say there's no...
There would be an ADC on ballot.
An ADC
but there is an ADC recognized by INEC as a party.
As a registered party, a headless party in that instance. However, there are issues that one may want to interrogate here. You know, looking at the infallibility of the Supreme Court and the trajectory of our Supreme Court over time, being the highest court, you know, of the land, one may be worried that, you know, issues involving the Supreme Court has now resorted to a pedestrian gaze where people are beginning to have information. Perhaps, if one may want to agree, you know, with this information available, that the Supreme Court is pandering towards delaying, you know, ruling and then reverting the issue back to the Supreme Court. It should be, you know, a very worrying issue for Nigerians beyond even the political party, the ADC itself. It becomes, you know, a more worrying situation, a decay that we shouldn't neglect, that our Supreme Court has become such pedestrians in their dealing. And having said that, the issue remains that the Supreme Court should be able to know that its position, if not well managed, will be very, very, you know, injurious, you know, causing irreparable damage to the ADC if they do not come out with a position that would work towards resolving the issue, leading me to equally ask further question. In this regard, if what we are hearing is correct, to a possibility of, you know, referring the case back to the High Court in this instance, I want to ask, doesn't the Supreme Court have that authority, the finality, to look into the subject matter and give a definitive ruling on this matter?
They have the authority to do so. That is, if the matter is before them. If the substantive matter is not before them, if it's a motion, ruling on a motion, it will be based on a motion. But if the matter climbed up straight to the Supreme Court, they look at it and still give their verdict. That is when the other courts may be seen to have erred in law. That's in the lower court, the appeal court, the High Court, appeal court, and then the Supreme Court will be able to actually know which decision. But at the same time, it is what you said about hearing is a hearsay. You cannot preempt.
That's why I use the word pedestrian.
Yes, you know, it's a hearsay. You cannot preempt the Supreme Court. But at the same time now, the people who are in Supreme Court, the jurists in the Supreme Court are not angels. So when you say they are infallible, then it is an overstatement.
No, they are infallible because they are final. And they are final, not because they are infallible. You know.
They are final, but they cannot be infallible. Because sometimes there are cases that have been done in the Supreme Court and the cases are taken to other courts. The West African Court, the World Court, and so on.
And what comes out of those issues?
Whatever that comes out of it.
It becomes an academic exercise.
Yes. So what I am trying to say is that the jurists in the Supreme Court are not angels, they are humans. And of course, there's a limit to human capacity. And that is what it is. Then you should be able to consider, if we are talking about the Supreme Court, like I said, they are not angels. We should remember again that there's a factor that influences a lot of issues in Nigeria. And that factor is an obvious factor, which has been agreed by all and sundry, that factor has been endemic. And that is corruption. So if corruption sets in the present instance, then certainly certain things will not go well. And that is exactly what we're saying. We are trying to actually think and of course urge the Supreme Court to be really infallible. That is to say, uphold their integrity as the final court of the land in determining issues that has to do with national interest. You see, when we are talking about national interest, we have to think about patriotism, nationalism, and all the other aspects of the country that is going to make the country move forward, politically and otherwise. And of course, if we move forward politically, then we're going to move forward developmentally, because we are going to get things done. That will help us. If we get the leadership right, of course we will get every other thing right. The most important thing, or the most significant impediment to Nigeria moving forward is leadership.
Yeah, leadership.
So if we get the leadership right, then we get most things right. It's not as if maybe we're going to be devoid of corruption, we'll be like in heaven. But no, we are going to make better move towards a good direction.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. Just that it becomes more worrisome that, like I did say, that our Supreme Court has become pedestal, making me to, remember and reminisce the Supreme Court of Justice Chukwudefu Oputa, when you have eminent jurisprudents who wouldn't pander, to time and would understand the expediency of the moment and would go actually and give you a ruling that will be, one that you need not need a dictionary to begin to interpret their rulings. They'll give you a ruling, knowing that the waiting game or the waiting time stand a chance to, cause irreparable harm to ADC as an entity. And having said that, I think that if one may, infer or begin to advise and look at the ADC, I think that this coalition of different political interests that are aligned within ADC should start making haste while the sun shines, to begin to look at other platforms that may be, viable for them to, as a vehicle to actualize their dreams, their interests, because I do not, in this instance, seeing this issue, being resolved if the Supreme Court would not assume the finality that it's needed to settle and sort this issue out at this instant.
There could be final, there could not. But justice delayed is justice denied. If justice will eventually come but delayed, then ADC will be taken away from the inec register, possibly, or the leadership.
All right. The key word here to watch is that justice delayed is justice denied. This nation, as regards our political process, needs direction at this instance. We did not hit the polity up, as there are speculation, there are assertions, and our judiciary is being reduced to the pedestrian at this instant. So we call all to remember that justice delayed is justice denied.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Yeah, you Not much. Just
Right, you're welcome. Now we go over to the Daily Sun where we have the NLC cries out over workers' worsening condition. This is normal, what we've been seeing since the escalation of the tension in the Middle East about the Strait of Hormuz and the issues that resulted to the change and the rise and the hike in the price of oil and fuel too. So I mean, NLC are crying out what is really happening to the average Nigerian and how things are really adding up there.
Mr. Rez.
yes, the average worker is poorly paid. There's
The average worker is poorly paid?
Yes, and there's nothing like living wage. And of course, the inflation rate is high. The average worker cannot be accommodated any longer in taking care of their domestic needs, let alone going for other capital needs. So, Ajero is crying that there should be a negotiation for the workers. He said that it is not even about the pay. If the workers are paid 1 million, that it is still useless because of the devaluation of the naira.
Yeah.
All right, and in this instance, we'll urge the federal government who are doing everything to stabilize the economy to see to it and work towards intervening, with the plight of the Nigerian workers. We understand that given the crisis in the Straits, in the Middle East and the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, that Nigerians has to over time pay out of pocket as there is no subsidy of petroleum products in Nigeria. And in this regard, the government should listen and come to the aid of Nigerian workers.
And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab your favorite copy from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. And also, this is where we call it a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for working up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
Thank you, Mr. Resarum, for those in-depth analysis on newsworthy issues in Nigeria, especially with the passion you bring when it comes to the Nigerian judiciary and the political parties in Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, and for you are joining us same time, same station.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise on KTV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to Sports Wrap on Aneke TV, and I'm your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what's happening in the world of sports. This morning, we're going to be diving into real-time and week issues as it happened yesterday in the Champions League and how it was a trailer of goals. I mean, this is the real trailer and thriller of goals, and across the comments and across the examination from the football legal aspect, we are seeing that this game is going to be taken into the courts. I mean, a lot is going to still come around for us to understand what really triggered and what really brought about this whole time of scoring up to 9 goals in a game. And we could say that this is the best game of a century. Well, we could actually argue about that. But before we delve into the major conversations and discuss, I have Worldwide here. Worldwide, good morning.
Good morning.
When will you be worldwide, please?
Well, yesterday I was worldwide.
You are worldwide.
Yeah, so today I'm still worldwide.
Today you are still worldwide.
I'll be worldwide.
No, I mean, when will you tour the world?
No, very soon. Very soon. I was supposed to be at the match yesterday between PSG versus Bayern. Only that my flight was
cancelled.
One of these days we'll do it.
Well, it's very beautiful to have you. Yes, let's just go into right. There's no need to hold things back. You know, yesterday's game.
Yeah,
that's actually what is making the headline across. There's been a lot of reactions, and these things are things that we see or we don't normally see because we see them once in a lifetime.
No,
talking about 9 goals, man.
Yesterday's match was a match of, will I say, of the decade, or match of the best match I've seen in my life so far.
Okay.
You know, it's been a while. We, football lovers yesterday, we had the best time of our life. You know, not just for football lovers, for everyone. In fact, it has been said that the sick went home healed. The blind, the blind saw yesterday. I think, I don't know, maybe I didn't have the record, but the day I thought someone was calling me this morning that they had a dead person that has arisen or arose or whatever. In fact, the match was therapeutic. If you watched it, 90 minutes, just go and check statistics for today.
Well, actually,
you will see that there are many things, there are many good things today. Many good things are happening today.
Well, you're actually right, because it's one of the games that
9 goals. That match was supposed to be the final.
Yesterday I told you there will be a lot of goals.
Yes, we actually said
because
that
when you look, let's talk about the team.
Yeah,
the teams where you have people like Kvaratskhelia and you have Due and Due.
Yeah,
you know what it means. The front line is amazing.
No, the teams.
Now you come to the midfield, you have Vitinha.
Both sides had, in fact,
this is the best. In fact, this is the best. These two teams are the best.
They are the best currently in the world. They are the best. And if you are to mention 5 contestants for Ballon d'Or, you will get them from these two.
Yes, you get them from these two. Now, I want us to move very fast into the argument between, the comparison between Lamine Yamal and Olise.
Well, right now, if it was last year that you are comparing, we might say Lamine Yamal was better. But right now, this year, Of course, you can see by yourself.
People who compare Michael Olise with Lamine Yamal, they should be They should be arrested.
No, right now there's no comparison.
No, they should be arrested.
For now, they should be jailed.
They should
if you're arrested, you're getting freedom.
They should just be jailed, maybe
15 years.
Brother.
15 years, I think that's
but really, talking about this, you will see that Michael Olise is not getting the flowers he deserves.
Anyway.
Why is Lamine Yamal everywhere?
You know, it's the PR.
Because he plays in Barcelona.
He plays in Barcelona.
And,
a good PR.
He has a good PR.
That's the difference from
I think that guy used to do giveaway. he used to do sometimes in football.
That guy has a better fan base than Bayern Munich.
So nobody hears about. If anybody goes to Bayern Munich, you may not even hear about how good they. Okay, talking about that same on that same note, we're talking about Luis Diaz.
There are many great players in Bayern Munich right now.
He went from Liverpool. Nobody's hearing about Luis Diaz again because he is in Bayern Munich. He plays for Bayern Munich, and yesterday he had a goal contribution.
He scored. Olise scored. Kane scored. If
like their players scored. Now, it's to tell you how much of a pressure that these guys will bring to their opponents.
Yeah.
Now let's just delve into some of the things. Talking about Vincent Kompany, the man with the baddest man I've ever seen.
Well, you know, you had to watch from the stands.
Yes.
And anyway, after the game, I saw when Enrique was asking him, "How did you see the match?" And he was like, Eric was like, "Did you enjoy it? I hope you enjoyed it from the stand." And he said, "No."
No, yes, I saw that too.
He said, "No, it was just a friendly interaction."
Yeah, of course. When you look at this man, many questions are being asked.
Yeah.
How did he move from Burnley to Bayern, B2B?
You know, you've asked me this question before. And
you know why I'm surprised?
Yeah.
Because many people undermine potentials.
That's the thing.
I'm serious. This guy is a no-nonsense person.
No, he doesn't take it.
He doesn't
even
take
when
nonsense.
some of his training ground, you know,
he will shout.
He shouts for his players. You know that he's not. He's still a young person. Now, Vincent Kompany.
Yes, he's
between 40 something.
No, he's 40.
He's 40. So he's still. And when he was playing, you know how agile he was. He's not someone that takes all those. You know,
at the back, and you want to score.
So he's just showing that character. When you are not playing well, when you are not doing well, he will just tell you wholeheartedly. He does not hide his own feeling.
But let's just see the stats that has been how the match evolved from the 19th minute to the 69th minute, where the goals were.
That was raining. The minute for all the goals. And
there was just not more than 10 minutes played and goals were scored.
It was a show that at least I had the opportunity of watching the match. Yes. It was a total show. It was like play, let me play. It was end to end. Do your own, let me do my own.
Yes.
So both sides were just ready for each other. It was not a boring football.
In the 19th minute, 32 seconds, we have, as you can see, PSG, Bayern Munich had to open the scoring
with a penalty.
With a penalty. Then on the 28th minutes,
they equalized.
Now on the 33 minutes, 41 seconds, PSG scored again. Now on the 41st minute, Bayern equalized. Now on the 52nd minute, that's the second half, PSG scored. Now PSG scored 4-2 by the 56th minute. Now scored 5-2 by the 65th minute. Now Bayern Munich had to make it 5-3, then had to make it 5-4. If this match spanned into 200 minutes,
it will be. In fact, yesterday we said it already. Though nobody predicted this kind of scoreline, I was expecting 2-3.
For people who play bet, I can tell you that all they would need to do is to play go
2.5 or those. But you not predict something like 9 goals, 5-4.
You can't predict it because if you eventually get this prediction, you're going to close the whole betting.
I'm not sure there is anybody that is going to predict this match 5-4.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Well, if they are wizards,
I don't know how
that one used to cut their game. There's that guy that one used to cut his game.
Even though if you want to do too much, I believe 3-2, 4-2.
Well, yes.
5-4.
5-4. Nobody saw that.
That's a lot.
Now let's talk about the guys who scored. I mean, from Kvaratskhelia, from Hurricane to Kvaratskhelia to Juan Neves to Michael Olise, Dembele, who scored penalty, and the Upamecano, who scored for the Bayern Munich side, and also talking about Kvaratskhelia again, who scored 2 goals, and Dembele, who had to seal the win. Of course, looking at this guys from this side and this side, I mean, from the PSG side and the Bayern Munich side, how do you see there's two great games.
That's why I said if you want to pick your word best right now,
it's from the
let me just assume a list in no particular order now. I'm going to pick Hurricane.
Okay.
I'm going to pick Olise. I'm going to pick Kravaskela. I'm going to pick Dembele. I'm still going to pick Vitinha.
Vitinha, yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
Vitinha is an amazing field.
You can't just overlook Vitinha. It must be there.
Now, look, one of the most interesting thing about this game yesterday was how it kept people glued. Even Erling Haaland.
Yeah,
Erling Haaland, I'm sure that wherever he
enjoyed the football. That's why I say even the sick. You don't believe me when I say the sick was healed. You don't believe me. Just look around. Relationship yesterday we are amended. You know, people slept all rest.
The boyfriend that was
very angry. He came back home happy. Husband and wife have reconciled.
That's
why today
don't talk about today's match.
No.
Today's match is around football.
Today will take us back to our Nigeria problem. We will remember that we are in Nigeria.
Today's match, Arsenal, Atletico will be tears.
It cannot be joyful like yesterday. No, yesterday I was happy. I was happy.
No,
it was joyful.
I was joyful too. Do you know the kind of game that we're going to play? Arsenal is going to play today. Sorry, not we.
We already know Arsenal kind of football. If it's not going to be from the corner.
From the corner.
What else are you?
No, it will be from the throw-in.
It's corner.
It will be from
that kind of football.
Keeper will come and throw ball.
I'm not sure I might not watch that much today.
Maybe
I might watch it
because of Lukman. Yes, that's actually
what I want to watch.
I want to watch Lukman, my guy. I really want to watch Lukman. I'm gonna one of these days we're gonna.
That's just what is going to make us to watch it. But if it's left for me, what is there to see? I'm not going to see somebody that is just trying to defend the ball. Then look for corner the other side. Then everybody will now run.
Keeper will carry ball, basketball, and come and put it in the throwing.
That's why if Arsenal wins Premier League right now, say you will not see that.
Arsenal winning Premier League when there's PSG.
No, Premier League. I'm talking about Premier League. Maybe they eventually win it.
You see how this is
not Champions League, Premier League. So you will not be. If you now want to pick PFA now of the year, you now have to go and give it to Declan Rice.
Declan Rice. The rice that did not eat, did not spoil. That's Declan Rice.
Arsenal's football is tiring at the moment. It's tiring.
Actually, they actually believe they play good. They are playing.
Well, they are not playing football.
You see,
they should watch yesterday match.
They should watch yesterday match.
What they are playing is not football.
And secondly, I want to really take this sub to Liverpool because Liverpool has been claiming that they are really intelligent and brilliant with what they are doing. Of course, I will take a Liverpool team against Atletico Madrid. I think that game. If it's Liverpool Atletico Madrid, it's going to be more interesting.
You see attacking football now.
Because Arsenal is going to be. They are going to be claiming with their Odegaard. That their number 10 Odegaard.
Odegaard will be there. Arsenal football, I'm tired. Thank God I'm not an Arsenal fan. I usually pity Arsenal fans. No,
thank God I'm not
Liverpool will be better.
No, they will be better.
Arsenal.
They were actually better. Now, because of that game yesterday, a lot of people have actually made up their mind to stick with football.
No, of course. In fact, that game, if maybe that was your first time to watch football. If that was your first time, that would definitely not be your last. You want to watch. I just hope you don't watch today's zone. Maybe when you watch yesterday's zone, you skip today.
You skip today's zone.
Wait for a weekend and watch
so that you can watch good football.
If someone that watched yesterday comes to watch today, except something else will happen today, maybe Atletico Madrid will bring the game to Arsenal. Maybe.
Of course, I actually would want Atletico Madrid to bring the game because they play attacking football. No, see, the kind of team Atletico Madrid has is not the team you joke with.
No, they will not relax. You saw their match against Barcelona. They will attack you. It's not more of that. There was a time Atletico Madrid was more defensive, but now they will attack you. It's you that know if you don't want to play, they will attack you.
Yeah. So, now let's talk about some breaking news that we're having from the transfer world, where Kobbie Mainoo is set to sign for Manchester United a 5-year contract to 2031.
Yeah.
Now, unlocking Kobbie Mainoo is one of the best things that has happened to Manchester United so far.
Yes, and he's still very young. The game against Brentford, I was opportunity to see at least some of the game. The little I could watch. There was a drive that he made from almost midfield to the front,
do you know that
giving the pass to Ahmad. That Ahmad missed that ball.
Yes, I saw.
You see the composure.
Oh, that game was. Oh, I was like, Ahmad, if you had scored this,
it would have been a beautiful assist for
Kobbie Mainoo.
He has wasted it.
He has wasted it. Now, talking about Kobbie Mainoo and the Manchester United midfield, he looks balanced with him.
Of course, he's
he
balanced.
Looks very balanced.
Kobe Mino, Casemiro,
yes.
Fernandes.
Yes. Now, also, I want to point us to what led to that Manchester United goal was Kobe Mino.
Of course.
I think these guys are connecting the dots.
Yes.
Seeing how he has played. Because what led to that goal that Šeško scored, what led to that counter-attack that Bruno Fernandes had to, disguise with Brian Bumo this way. Yeah. And Brian Šeško this way. As he was moving the ball, he had to play them dummy. He had to play the team dummy. Yep. Another two defenders and one midfielder returned. Yeah. But then he had to move it. Now, what led to that counter? If you watch the highlights, Kobe Mino that intercepted that game. That was exactly what a good midfield would look like. Now, also in the news, they said that Manolo Gatti from the Manchester United midfielder, defensive midfielder, that came in during Eric Ten Hag season, he would leave Manchester United at the end of the season with Casemiro, and Manchester United is expected to reinforce the midfield with about 2 to 3
4 midfielders. That reinforcement.
They really need it.
Casemiro is already, of course, he's going.
But let's talk about that midfield a little bit. Who do you think could fit into that Manchester United midfield? From the Premier League, we have names like Anderson from Nottingham Forest.
Okay.
We have Anderson from Nottingham Forest. Yeah. We have Tonali from Newcastle.
Sandro Tonali.
Then we have João Neves
from PSG.
Yes, from PSG. But then we also have another João from Wolves.
Okay.
He plays in Wolves. Yes, he plays in Wolves. He's one of their mistress.
Well, the list from these 4 people you have given me. Well, if I'm to pick 2, I will pick Tonali. Sandro Tonali, because I love his game. He's balanced.
I'll pick
defensive
Tonali.
And attacking. He's balanced.
Then I'll pick Tonali. Then if you are meant to pick another person,
then probably I will pick the guy from PSG.
Of course, I will actually pick the guy from PSG. You know why I will pick someone from France?
Yeah.
French games are not as farming as we think.
No.
They are really, really up to their attacking football.
Of course.
I will not pick someone from a lesser.
No, I will not pick Nottingham Forest guy because I've not watched him play much.
I think he's actually overrated. And the people who are bloating, look at what happened to this guy that Manchester City's Reina, that Manchester City signed. Reinders. Yeah. That Manchester City signed. They signed him for about 53 million, and they have dumped him.
I don't know. I think he's injured.
No, he's not injured. How many times has he played?
Well, when he started, when they usually start,
he was playing well.
But I don't know what happened. I thought he was injury, so that's why I've not seen him.
No, that's the same thing. That same agenda is still going on when you overbloat a midfielder.
No, but he's on injury right now. I don't think.
Okay, let's say he's on injury.
No, he's injured.
He's injured.
Reinders is a good player.
Has he been injured for how many months that we've not seen him?
I've not seen him for a while, but
that's actually the thing we need to ask. So it's actually what happened. Now let's just take a look at the Punch Sports Extra, what's happening in the world of sports, and the headlines as it is today in the Punch newspaper. We have Lookman targets win against Gunners.
Yeah,
Lookman should actually.
In fact, he should make us proud. He
make us proud.
It's what we are watching.
Yes, every Nigerian today is watching.
It's just Lookman we are watching.
Every Nigerian today is watching Lookman.
That boring football, Lookman brings in attacking for me. He's an attacking player, so he should worry the Arsenal defense and make us enjoy football today.
Yes. Then we have down just beside it, Osimhen to Arsenal. Odumodu vows to.
Oh God!
Odumodu vows to buy Emirates season tickets if Osimhen actually transfers to. But I don't want Osimhen. What do you think about Osimhen?
I don't want him.
How will Osimhen go to Arsenal? If I was Osimhen,
at all,
if I was in the position to advise Osimhen, let him go to Manchester City. Or let him go to.
I prefer he goes to Liverpool. Funny enough.
Of course, me too. I prefer him if you go to Liverpool. It's better Osimhen goes to Liverpool.
He will see more goals there. He will enjoy football.
He will enjoy football. Liverpool are trying their best.
No, they are trying. But you will see that if he goes there, he has more opportunities to score. You see this Arsenal. How many goals has what's his name?
Guess what? They are playing today. That's the second day.
No, he should not even try it now.
They are playing the second day.
He will not go there.
See, you know when you give an award, we award you the second highest best, like second highest best.
Arsenal football.
Arsenal
if
good
I may watch, maybe
second.
I'll just see first half. If it's interesting enough.
Well, I will try to see the whole match. so I will watch my brother Lukman.
Yeah, I watch
Lukman.
But if the match goes the way Arsenal used to play, there will be nothing Lukman can do. We just have to.
All right, let's just take a look at what's happening in the world of boxing, where we have Wembley may host Joshua Fury bout. Wembley may host Joshua Fury bout. Then we have in the basketball team, the Tigress says Wakama confident of bright the Tigress future. Now, just by the side, we have Baka plus second Rashford loan. Barcelona, help Man U now.
They want to loan him again.
They want to loan him. They want to take him by loan again. Then we have Perez wants Mourinho back at Madrid. What do you think about this rumor?
Well, this is still a rumor, but if Perez wants
would Jose Mourinho, Jose Mourinho do well at Madrid now?
He will do. This caliber of player that he has, he will not do. That is playing with lesser people. Or let me just say lesser caliber of players in Benfica is doing well. He has played with Chelsea when Chelsea did not even have this caliber of player Madrid had. He did well. He has played with Inter Milan. He did well. And you're talking about this Madrid. Don't worry. He will do well.
Well, he will do well, as you said. We have Enzo visits Madrid amid transfer talks. Oh, look at this Enzo guy.
Yeah, this thing is just for the newspaper. I think he went there for a tennis match. They went to watch it.
Yeah, thank God he watched it.
It's not for this Madrid.
Then we have Haaland shots La Liga transfer talk. Haaland shots La Liga transfer. Haaland shots La Liga transfer. We have Salah to announce new club soon. Well, Salah, everyone is expecting
even me, I'm expecting that announcement.
Then Stones, that's Manchester City Stones, confirms City departure. What's going to happen? This guy's
he has been on injury since. So
yes, of course. He's an injury player and prone to injury. Now we have in the Nigerian goalkeeping side, Okoye pleased with Lazio draw. That's our goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think they played 3-3 the last match.
Yes. Yeah. Now we have still on the goalkeeper side that's talking about Nwabali. Simba agent confirms Nwabali interest. Then we have Fernandez keen on SPL title. Just taking a look at the side, we have 2028 Olympics. Falcons qualifiers opponent emerges. That's in the Olympic that's going to take place in 2028. Also talking about the women's football. WAFCON postponement. Frustrating, that's from Chiamaka Nadozie, the goalkeeper, says that she plays for Brighton Women.
Okay, they've postponed the WAFCON again.
Yes, they postponed the WAFCON, and it's going to come later in the year. Now we have Parisians edge Bavarians to a historic thriller.
Yeah, that was the match of yesterday, right?
Yes, that's much of yesterday. And looking at this, we are going to see what's going to happen today, and a lot of things around the side of Arsenal trying to clinch to the final. What prediction for today?
In fact, maybe I should just say 1-0. I would have said 0-0, but let's just say 1-0.
Atletico Madrid
1-0. Yeah, 1-0. Or highest, maybe 1-1. Except by divine intervention, maybe due to the fact of yesterday match, how entertaining. So maybe they just want to change.
It comes up because it's a very chase that is really.
That's the only way Eberechi plays. Madueke, I like when Madueke plays from the left.
Madueke is kind of.
If Eberechi is not there, no Madueke, who is going to bring an interesting football for?
Well, Martinelli too can come up.
Usually it does not start.
Of course, it does not start, and it's something that they need to really factor in. So, I mean, what's the score? Who wins?
Atletico.
Okay, who will score from Atletico?
Anyway, I'll pick Julian Alvarez to score.
No, Alvarez is injured.
Okay, he's injured.
Wow. For him to play today, it could be actually dicey. He may risk it. Wow, that's the problem.
I think I have to change my score line. I think I have to now go and give it to Arsenal.
No, Arsenal will score, but I'm sure that Atletico Madrid will score. Because score more.
The pressure will now be on Lukman. Who is going to help Lukman to score?
Well, Lukman is going to still find. Are they going to play 10 against 11?
No, because when Julian Alvarez is there, because okay, let's say Griezmann for me is not prolific right now like that Alvarez. Even if it's free kick.
Griezmann is still good.
So it's still anyway. Okay, let me just predict 1-1.
1-1. Okay, me I'm predicting
Predicting what are you predicting?
I'm predicting a 2-1 or 2-2 or 3-2. It's gonna be
for which match?
No, you're gonna see. It's gonna
3-2 from where?
It's gonna be a rain of goals.
There is no rain coming in that match. There's no rain of goals.
That was what we said yesterday, and we saw.
No, yesterday we agreed. At least I said 3-1. You said 2-2. That's still part of the goals.
Okay, till tomorrow,
Okay,
and we come again same time, same station to talk about what it is and how the match today we play. I want you, and I bet you that this game today is going to be one of the best games you have ever also seen. Although it's going to be
I've seen the best game.
That was yesterday. It's going to be one of the best games. It's going to be also a haram football. But then we're going to call forth and talk about it tomorrow when we come. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Always, and we are here tomorrow morning, same time, same station, to bring you the best of sport and what's happening in the world of sport. I'm your one and only sports oracle. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus every is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight, but we apologize for coming on a little bit late. But do remember that The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we take a stand at a definitive crossroad where resilience of the Nigerian workers meets the harsh reality of a shifting economy. It is no longer just about the right to protest. It's about fundamental rights to prevail. Today, we navigate the thin line between strike and survival as we sit down with a man at the heart of this very struggle, the NLC chairman of Enugu State, Comrade Fabian Nwibo. His insights from the trenches of Enugu State offer a blueprint for how we might transform collective bargaining into collective prosperity. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. And let me start. How has it been in the trenches, this struggle?
If we look at it holistically, I mean, coming from the perspective of the country Nigeria, it's been a very tough one.
All right, sorry. We'll take a short break and we'll quickly return. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching The Insight, and we're speaking with Comrade Fabian Nwibo, NLC chairman of Enugu State. Comrade, I was asking how has he been?
Yes, and I said that looking at it from Nigerian perspective, generally it has been very tough. I mean, very extremely tough, you know. An average worker in Nigeria is not just suffering, but is manifestly suffering.
Not just suffering,
but manifestly suffering. So the person is not just suffering, he's seen as being suffering. One could say, if you begin to, put divides here and there as to maybe Enugu State, it has not also been easy. But we could say that we have some cushioning in Enugu State, which I know is not available to everyone in the country. So when we talk generally. But if you want me to particularize it, I will tell you that it has not been easy for us in Enugu, but it's not as if we have suffered like others in some other jurisdictions.
I'll come down to Enugu State. I know you're eager to speak about Enugu State, but let's look at the country. And I want to ask, first of all, let me get your view of the Nigerian economy as at this morning.
The Nigerian economy over the years has been very bad. But we notice that it has been going from this bad to worse. Presently, we're in a crossroad. We're in a system where you cannot, no matter your level of economic training, you can't predict Nigerian economy. You wake up this morning, fuel is sold for 1,350 naira. The next 40 minutes, it is sold for 1,410 naira. The next 2 days, it is sold for 1,290 naira. These very sharp fluctuations. Price control is zero. Everything almost. I was listening to one music yesterday. It said Nigeria na kumkum. Say empty kumkum. And honestly, it took me more than 2-3 hours yesterday night to sleep after listening to that music. Where a citizen will wake up to tell you that his country is now kumkum, empty kumkum. And notwithstanding that person is not well read, he was able to pick the economic variables one by one and say why they are kumkum. Say, look at the price of oil in the country where crude oil is produced en masse. The suffering that people are going through, Nigeria na kumkum. You say, look at the price of commodities. You come in the morning and buy rice. The next 2-3 hours, the price have changed. By evening, it has also changed. The next day, it is worse. So now the country na kumkum, and I was not comfortable with that name, or that description of our country as empty kumkum. But if you look at it, if you critically look at it, it will appear as if that guy was making a sense. So, and it's unfortunate, the country that is kumkum, according to him, is a country where we have almost the best. If you go to the part of the world, look at their hospitals, the best doctors there are Nigerians. Go to the academics, the best professors, doctors are Nigerians. You come to this place, people are saying that the country is kumkum, empty kumkum for that matter. So it's a huge challenge for all of us here. Like I said, there's no quantum of training you could have in economics that will be able to predict Nigerian economy. You cannot. In the past, I studied economics, first degree, second degree. In those days, you can say that if things are this, put the D and the Y or X together, that you're expecting this. You can't do that in Nigeria. You can't do that. Where crisis in Middle East can cause us this level of huge challenge, imported inflation. How much more? What's happening within the economy? So generally it has not been fair. It's been terrible for the country. A pastor this morning also listened to one pastor this morning who said he's praying for Mr. President, that today is birthday. I don't know whether it's true, and that he's praying for him that whatever he had wished Nigerians to visit him and his generation. And so I say, you can imagine the level that the situation things have reached, that a pastor, preaching in the church will say he's praying for the president, whatever that he has planned or designed for this country should reach his family 7 times.
That should be a good prayer.
Okay. So if what's happening to Nigerians today happens to any generation, any family 7 times, and God help that family.
I know that the Mr. President celebrated his birthday just a few days, and in his love for the nation, he has donated his salary to the welfare of the armed forces. So I think their prayer, that it should be a good prayer, because the Mr. President means well for the country. But tracking back to the issue, you did mention the crisis in the Middle East. And then in Nigeria, yes, we are seeing a surge in fuel prices, ranging to 1,300 and above, depending on where you are. And I ask, what's the position of NLC to the welfare of the Nigerian worker? And how has this impacted Nigerian workers?
Thank you. The position of NLC is that we've made an outcry. We've cried out to the leadership of this country at the national state level. Look at what is happening. We need a wage award.
Wage award?
Yes, that will cushion this, because this year to next year will be negotiation for the new minimum wage. We can't start talking about minimum wage now because it's not ripened for us to do that. But it is ripe for a government to respond to the challenges that its citizens are going through, especially the workers. You know why we continue to talk about workers is that these are people who will put in their best all their life, and what they get is stagnant, except in those jurisdictions, Western world, where they will look at something like this, and without anybody raising an eyebrow, they say, you have 40% of your salary added to you to help us cushion the effect of what is happening. Probably when this crystallizes or issue settles back where we can go ahead to, we'll go back to the salary range or rate. But in this place, NSC is saying, state government, federal government, please, you need to do something at this material time, because even the last minimum wage has been eroded by inflation long ago, not to talk about what is happening today. Take, for instance, I continue to give this analysis each time I try to say. A family of father, mother, and a child. I don't want to talk about 2 or 3 children. A child, that's 3 persons. And they have to eat 3 times a day. At 115 each person. That is 4-5 per person. By 3, it's about 13,500. And that is a day. And you have about 30 days or 31 days to go in a month. And your salary, the minimum wage is 70,000 at the national. 80, we're lucky to have 80 here in Enugu. 13,500 by 10 days is 135,000. And your minimum wage is 80,000 or 70,000 as the case may be.
80,000 in Enugu State.
Yes, that's only feeding. This person is God. He cannot go to hospital. He know the sick. This person have no family members, no mother, no father to care. The child remains in 1 year or 2 years in his life. No school fees, no rent, no transportation. So you can imagine. You see how unrealistic this thing is. Assuming the person has been gifted a car and you need to buy for it with 80,000 naira, 70,000 naira as the case may be. A week, the whole salary is gone. Your salary is gone. So what are we talking about? Issue of what workers receive and the economy is, there are 2 worlds apart. So what we are praying the government to do is to put up a kind of wage award. One state in Nigeria, I think one of the states in the southwest, Oyo State, have added 10,000. Yes. Even though it's nothing, so to speak, but it's better than those who have never added anything. And you notice that almost all the states in Nigeria, most of them have not had consequential adjustment of the salary. So it's also like the minimum wage was a wage award. They just copied a figure and pasted on what you were receiving, which was not the case in the past. What we used to have is minimum wage and consequential adjustment. It is this consequential adjustment that differentiates ranks. If you're in level 1, step whatever, and level 2, you can never receive the same salary. But what is happening today is that everybody is giving 40,000 as the case of federal, state 50,000 as the case of states that give 80,000 naira. And somebody who is a director, level 16, receives 50,000 as a minimum wage. A level 1 officer, a cleaner, receives the same amount. A director, of course, you know people grow in ranks. A director, at the time you get to the level of a director, if you're allowed to have children, 1 or 2 should be in the university, if not all of them. You're also getting old, that most of the time they are sick. They need regular treatment, and so on and so forth. And you are given 50 or 40,000 as the case may be, which is given to a level 1 or level 4 officer who is a fresh graduate from secondary school. Level 4 is SSE. Probably have no challenge, problem, whatsoever responsibility, just to feed himself, transport himself to office, probably to parents. But this other one have 2 or 3 or 4 persons training in the university, his parents, the wife is quite there, the children, and so on and so forth, and they also have 50,000. Is it fair? So that's why we're crying. We're crying. That's why we're crying. It's unfair.
All right. For clarity, when we speak to this wage award, what numbers are we looking at? Because I am aware of the 35,000 wage award, which the government, spoke to glitches, stopping them from making payments. Is this same 35,000 naira wage award that you're speaking to in this crisis?
When we say wage award, we don't fix a figure. Okay. Wage award is you're telling your employer to look at the present situation of things and bring a cushioning. So if the government look at it and say, look, for us, a wage award shouldn't be less than 100,000. If you want to be real, near reality, not less than 100,000.
But is that feasible?
That's what we're saying. That's what you're saying. The government could look around and say, put 1 or 2 together, we can afford to do this. That's what we're saying. Look at what is on ground. Look at the pains people are going through. Look at the projects you have on hands and say, okay, I can afford this. After all, when they pronounced 35,000, nobody gave them a figure. They look at this and say, okay, if you add 35,000 to these people, you can afford to help them. Today, nobody's even talking about that. Enugu State paid 25, which for us was a lot of assistance to the workers for 1 full year. But most of the states in Nigeria never had that opportunity. So for us, if they say, okay, what do you want? You can say, at minimum 100,000.
At minimum
100,000. But it's left for the government who knows its size, responsibilities around the government. I can say, if we part with so much, we can still continue to run the government. And we cannot say, pay us wage award and stop activities. No. What's important is for you to identify the fact that people are going through hell in the country.
Okay. Let me get your opinion on this issue of still wage award. Speaking to the 35,000 naira that's already been agreed, when government spoke, they said to the fact that glitches had stopped them from making payments so far. And what's your opinion? I'm speaking not to you as a person now, but as a union.
When they want to, it's all about deceit.
It's all about deceit.
Deceit. When someone say glitches, can you define the term glitches? What exactly are those things you consider the glitches, the hiccups, the clogs that stop you from continuing with what you willingly made promise of? So, as far as I'm concerned, it's all about deceit. It has that claim has no basis. It's a baseless claim. So, because if you want to say, one could say, we have some glitches that have affected the system that we cannot do this. For instance, this, that, and that. But this one is glitches. What is glitches? What exactly is the glitches we are talking about? So, it's just to give use an omnibus word to close these people's eyes and their ears and continue with what we are doing. As far as I'm concerned, there's no glitches. They could have continued to borrow trillions every day, which today they will borrow. The next day, the next month, you see any change. We'll catch on by the loan borrowed. The country is the whole thing is getting worse, and somebody's borrowing almost every 2-3 months. So why are you putting the money? And for me, I think what they do is to borrow from a account, put in my own account here, and come home and tell you that I have borrowed. Because it's not, we can't fear. You can't fear this so-called borrowing loans coming in almost regularly. How much liters have we borrowed since the present government? And what improvements, what achievements have we seen since we started borrowing? So these things are antics. Give it a name, throw it where you want to throw it, and come back and put your hands on your waist and continue to watch them.
Okay. let me move aside a bit from the script. Comrade, is there a conversation between the union, Labour, and government, particularly with regards to the current situation?
Exactly, there are discussions. And NSA have written to government asking them to come up with a wage award. They've also demanded that government come up with a certain cushioning to bring down the sufferings, amongst the people. But of course, it's never easy. It's always
back and forth.
Yes, you continue to put pressure, continue to until if they decide they do. If they decide not to do, the struggle continues. Immediately this thing started, the national leadership of NSC wrote to the federal government. And of course, once it hits the federal government, it goes down to the states, the subnationals. So, but unfortunately, apart from that Oyo, I'm not sure if any other state have looked at that, what the workers are going through. The only thing we can say we are feeling in here is that His Excellency told the people of Enugu State that notwithstanding the sharp rise in fuel price, that the government vehicles, conveying people from one destination to another, that the price remains the same. They're not going to increase the price. So it's an aspect of the question which I think I welcome, because you find out that if you try to take normal public transport from Ababa to the secretariat, you have been paying 800 coming and going. This time around you pay about 2,000. So, but if it's government vehicle that you use that's 800 and they see 800, at least by implication you're getting 1,200 from the person that's spending 2,000 is spending. So that's an aspect you have seen. Also, workers promotion was released a few days ago, which will add some little money to their salaries. So these are these are little suko that people could see. But we want government to come out and say, we see what's happening. And once you add anything to the workers, you have added to the masses. Because the workers don't receive their salary and pocket it. They receive it, they go to markets, they go to hospitals, they go to schools, they pay their schools. And once you do all these things, the money circulates, it gets to everybody. So it will be fine if government come out and say, like Zesseles did in the past and said, I'm going to give you 25,000 naira as a wage award. If he comes up now to give us something in that regard, say, I'm giving you a wage award of so much, pending when this crisis will stop, we're going to clap for him. And that's what is expected of every other state, not just Enugu. I'm using Enugu as a point of contact to other states because I know each time we beckon on His Excellency, I've always responded positively.
Have you beckoned on him this time?
Yes, we have not. Yes and no. Yes, in the fact that we beckoned at him on the 16th of February, we put up our 5 points request, and we approved 4, just 16th of February. So we're looking at those ones you have approved, though not implemented yet, most of them, but it's a sign of encouragement that you're asking your father for 5 naira and has given you 4 naira. We're so much happy about that. What we are asking for now is that implementation starts immediately. Once they start implementation, the 4 points you have said he's going to do, or you have approved, will give us a lot of cushioning, with regards to what's happening in the economy today. So that's why I made that reference. So going back immediately again to say wage award will be as if, of course, we're Oliver Twist actually. We want some more. But you want to see that those ones we have requested for, which has been approved, have come into play before we go back to ask for another. Okay. We also know that in his usual way and manner, he may look at it and say, come, I'm going to do this for you. That was what he did on the wage award. Well, when we threw it on the table, okay, he said, okay, let me look at what I will do. And the next day we were invited, we came, he said, I'm giving you 25,000 naira. Okay. So we are expecting that he may decide to call us anytime and say, I'll see what's happening in the country, I'll see what people are going through, I'm doing this for you, as he has done in the past. Okay. In fact, since the past 3 years, 2 years to 3 years he's been in the office, we've not had any issue of Unogo Grill. In all the bargains we've had, is always on the round table. And we always succeeded, we have always succeeded.
Okay, yes. That's a very good one, no? But I need to move a little bit away from the usual. I just remember the last time you were here, we did speak, we spoke to the issue of strike, and I want to get back to that a little bit. Speaking to strike and survival and the future of this country, a number of times, when we speak to Labour, for example, usually it seems that the only bargaining tool that Labour has is that of strike. And it seems not to be working out in this very dispensation. So how else would Labour be able to persuade government to look at Nigerian workers without embarking on the usual strike?
All right. If you say that strike seems to be the only tool, you're making a huge mistake. Well, there are a lot of things we lobby. Like my speech today, as it's going on, I know the government, people in the government corridor, they will hear it. They will know about it. They may try to consider what we have put forth today. Yes, like the issue of wage award. Strike is not the only tool. Strike, in fact, is the last one. When we find out that we've been coming, we've been pleading, we've done this, we've lobbied, and nothing is coming forth from it, then the last thing we do is strike. But why you see strike as the only tool is that that's the one you notice. Okay. The time we write to them, the time we'll engage them in discussions, the time we do a whole lot of things, you may not know. But when we now say, oh, we've been coming and asking for, you don't just wake up and say you're embarking on strike. You must have done 1, 2, 3, or 4 things by way of appearance, bargaining, pleading, engaging before you embark on strike. So strike is not the only tool. And then we continue to use all these basic tools. Strike is always the last thing we embark on. In fact, it is when we find out that there's no other option for us than to down tools. That's the only time we go on strike. And nobody, let me be frank with you, no worker want to go on strike.
No worker.
No worker want to go on strike. That's why I say it's the last tool. It's the last option we have. Because the truth is that if you have started work and you're used to early morning, you prepare and go to work, and suddenly on Monday, nothing, on Tuesday, nothing, you start feeling bored. You want to go back to your workplace. You want to go back to your workplace. And so it's only when we find out that we have tried all options and they have all failed that we say, there's nothing we can do. It's our constitutional right. We have to down tools and see if the employer will look our way.
Okay. Comrade, you know why I asked this question? You are a leader. The Nigerian workers, especially those you lead from Enugu State, do they understand that beyond the issue of strike, there are other subtle negotiations, lobbying that you embark on? Because when we converse with Nigerian workers, they seem to be under immense pressure, given the economic situation Nigeria is. And one would think that this pressure should be getting to you. So I'm asking, are they aware of these other moves rather than all we are saying? Because that's what it seems the masses understand.
They are very much aware. If they are not aware, I told you on 16th of February, we went to His Excellency, the entire leadership of the Labour in Enugu State, and not just Fabian as a chairman NSC, but about its leaders in Enugu State went to His Excellency. He invited us. Actually, we wrote. That's part of what I tell you, those tools we use. Communication. We want to see Your Excellency. We have a lot to discuss with you. And say, come. And when we were going, we went with 5 demands. And after presenting the demands, he said, okay, for now we can handle this 4. And we were very happy. In the past, one could make those requests through what you're saying. Oh, we are saying, give us wage award or give us this. But we're engaged in dialogue and it paid off. So that's what I'm saying. Part of our reason is dialogue. And like I said, in all this, about these 86 workers that went to His Excellency, they're all leaders of different union. And when the discussions and everything came to an end, we went to home, people went to discuss with the workers who are under them. So workers are fully aware that the last thing we do is strike or demonstration.
All right. Before I go on a break, it seems that the governor of Enugu State is making your job easier for you.
Honestly, the government have made the job so easy. Last week I received an award from the Southeast Media Group Forum. And I said, I dedicate this award to God, the government of Enugu State, and the workers. God, for giving me the opportunity to serve. Enugu State government for making my job easy for me. And the workers for their resilience, for their continuous, follow up.
I will come back to that word. I will come back to that word.
So this day have made my job a lot easy for me, because in most cases, when we go out to ask, they listen to us and they address our issues.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching this Insight, and if you're just joining us, we've been speaking with Comrade Fabian Mwibu, NLC Chairman, Enugu State Chapter. Comrade, it's been a pleasure so far, but let's get right into this conversation. And looking at NLC position, where they are pushing for the merging of petroleum and power ministry to end what they call decade of darkness. Let me get your position on that.
Okay. Some time ago, we heard that presidency have decided to install solar in the presidency, and it was a hell of a challenge. If the presidency decide to put solar, that means we don't have hope with regards to improving on the electricity problem in the country. So the situation we find ourselves today is something else, where in almost all the days you have 4 to 6 hours maximum power supply, and in some occasions you could stay for 3 whole days without light at all. And when this government was coming into power, the national government, they said within a period they will improve. But since they came in, the power have been dropping and dropping and dropping to the extent that they also have to put solar in their own office and their residence. So it's a very bad situation. So our opinion is that, just like what we have been saying in other areas, this government should look inwards. If they found out that they cannot continue, they cannot handle the challenges we have in this country, they should throw in the towel. We have people in this country that can come in and also do their best. So if you find out that the responsibility you have decided to take in your hands, you cannot handle it, why do you suffer people? Why must you take 8 years? If you're capable of taking 8 years, go ahead if Nigerians give you the mandate to take 8 years. But if you find out that for the past 3 to 4 years you have not made any change, for goodness sake, we plead that whoever that is in charge in whichever place or thereabout, whether it's in the oil sector, whether it's in the power sector, whatever, should throw in the towel. That this thing is too bogus for me, I cannot continue. And maybe some other person will try their hands. So my opinion is that they should wake up from their slumber. If they cannot wake up, if they have decided to become permanent secretaries in their slumber, that permanent is the word I use, then they should give way for another people, other Nigerians, who probably have better capacity to take up this responsibility.
All right. Journeying along, in December 2025, you led the Enugu NLC members to embark on protest against nationwide insecurity, declaring that workers are no longer safe. And I want to get, has that position and your opinion changed on that?
It remains the same. And if you look deep, you find out that after that demonstration, there's a little change, positive change in security in the country, nationwide. Of course, if you come to Enugu State, we sleep with our eyes closed. We have this privilege coming from the leadership of the state. But we know that major challenge we have is moving from Enugu to Anambra, from Anambra to Asaba, from there to Edo, probably to Lagos, or the other way around, Lokoja to Abuja. It's difficult for any average Nigerian to travel on road, by road now because of insecurity. So we remain in our stand and position that government should look at what happened recently in Benue State. Say not less than 40 persons. It's just like Christmas cow, fowl. That you wake up in the morning and say that some number of us were killed or whatever. These are human beings. As you're hearing in this one, you're hearing in that one, you're hearing in this place. So what is government doing? What is government is doing? We have almost the best security architect when you talk about the military and the police. But if you look at the results we get, it appears as if we don't have. I know that the security agents we have in Nigeria, we have almost one of the best security agents in the world. But what is happening in Nigeria is what we don't know. So governments, I still say that they need to look inward and know whether the leadership of the security outfits are the right people, and whether they are emoluments, what's it? Because most of the time you need to persuade, you need to push these people by giving them the right incentives. If the incentives are poor, I mean, you don't get good results. They should look at the incentive structure and see whether that should be changed, if it should be upgraded, or whether the people who are in the leadership circle are not the right people. These things are very fundamental. If you put the wrong person at the head of affairs, you get a wrong result. If you put the right person and the person not well remunerated, you get a wrong result. Because it is this remuneration that pushes you. If you remember that you lose this job, you'll be losing so much. Say, no, I have to work hard. But if what is coming is as good as something you can get, even if I go, as I know I can make it out there, you don't get good result from the person. So, but what is important is that government should reconsider the security architecture in the country and push it up. Move it up. What you have presently is not sufficient. It's not enough. It's not handling the challenges that is facing us in the country. So we are still of the opinion that a lot need to be done to ensure that, like I use the state as for instance at all time. I'm not the government spokesperson, but I have to speak to the facts. When this government came into power, going from Enugu to Opio Soka Road was a nightmare. Even when they came in at first time, it was. But as things, government continued to attack insecurity from all fours. Today, you can sleep while you're going there. You can sleep while you're coming back. And every other part of Enugu. Why can't that be extended by the federal government to other states? And the federation at large. So that's what we're saying. If every other leader begin to do what is right, you begin to see the right results. You begin to get the expected results. So we are of the opinion that a lot is still need to be done with security to ensure that Nigerians are safe.
Okay, all right. That's quite very explicit. But looking at your position in 2024, I'm coming down to Enugu State now. You did commend and acknowledge Governor Petermbah for the 80,000 minimum wage payment, and Enugu State stands out for that, amongst other states. But looking at the reality on ground, we've seen 10,000 from your state, and yeah, you're expecting from the governor. I want to know explicitly what the demand would be on the governor and Enugu State as regards Enugu State workers.
I told you initially that if we say, what do you want? I'll say a minimum of 100,000. But we are not government at the helm of affairs. It's the governor that knows what is on his hands, the challenges. He's the one that knows what he is attending to. Like you see, 360 smart schools ongoing. Same thing with type C hospitals and so on and so forth. We are also saying that as you are doing all these ones, we are so happy that those things are happening. Can you also look at our own stomach infrastructure? Because if a worker comes to the office and he or she is not sure of the money to go back to Ababa, Emene, Obiago, Gariki, it is difficult to give him the best. So we're expecting the governor, the way he responded during the 2023-2024 challenge we have, he decided to pay 25,000 minimum wage across board. We're expecting him to also come to our aid this time. Because what is happening now, in fact, transport alone will wipe out whatever you're earning. Because you could now say a director takes about 100 and something thousand or thereabouts. That same director probably have a car, apart from family, whatever. Can 200,000 naira buy you fuel a month in Nigeria? So your salary can't even buy fuel for you. So government need to do something. They need to do something. I don't want to say it has to be this, but I said if I'm permitted to say, 100,000 naira won't be a bad one.
100,000 would be a bad one.
Yes, for an average worker, in addition to whatever the person is earning as salary.
Okay.
That's the only thing that could cushion the effect of to a certain level of what is happening in the country.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm running a little bit faster. I'm gonna have people like you. I try to cover a lot of issues here. But moving on, I'm looking at the labor position on Naira for crude demand. Instead that the government should be selling to Dangote refinery in Naira as a way of cushioning the effect. But this is a deregulated market. Subsidy is gone and all that. How do you think that would impact the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian worker?
Definitely, if they start selling Naira for crude, it's going to yield a fair result.
A fair result.
With these following reasons. One, we don't control the rate of dollar against Naira. Nigerian economy cannot control that. We have not done that in the past. I mean, for so many years currently. In the past, long ago, we were able to do that. But the past 10 years or thereabouts, I can't see such happening. So what we're saying is that insofar as we now have a functional private refinery, why would you sell to him in dollars, to the company in dollars? Where you buy in dollars, you pay all the insurance, whatever they pay, you pay all this, you pay all that. All these things are added to the cost of the crude. Then before that of overhead for the to refine it. And then all these costs come back to Nigerians. One of the ways you can bring down the cost of the refined products is by selling in Naira. So that all these other pay this, pay that, pay this, pay that, and even the exchange rate that has been oscillating will not affect it. We buy and sell in Naira here. Why are you selling crude to a national refinery in dollars? As far as I'm concerned, yes, they may be making more money there through that process. But they make all this more money against the plight of an average Nigerian. Because, of course, a private sector person wants to make profits. So if you sell to him in dollars, it's as good as when he bought in Thailand or anywhere. He's going to sell, adding all the necessary costs. And at the end of the day, the cost of the locally refined products will be very, very high, as if we're importing. So that's why we're saying you can give conditions. There are what we call guided deregulation. You have deregulated actually, but you give a ceiling. We have outright deregulation. We have guided deregulation. Yes, you are free to sell, but you should not sell beyond this or above this.
Okay, all right. That's wonderful to hear. But let me come a little bit personal. First of all, congratulations on that award. I was living that for the last years. Congratulations. It's not a small feat. When I look at the lecture from the Southeast Media Forum in conferring you with that Distinguished Leadership Award, one thing struck me in particular, and it reads that as a great leader to watch, when insecurity was becoming unbearable, you led your members for a protest because it was affecting the workforce. You are also noted for engaging with the government to ensure good welfare package is approved for the workers. There are a whole lot of other brief things that's been written here. Now, Before I ask how this award has inspired you to continue with the good work, I want to ask, what is the motivation for what you do?
Very well. The motivation is that before now, I didn't know I would get to the office of Chairperson of Nigerian Labour Congress.
You didn't know?
I didn't know. Even though I was secretary for 3 years, but we have big wigs, we have big, hefty people who think it is their right to take up this position. When I say, let me try and see, I've looked as a secretary, I saw a lot of things not going on well. I say, if I have opportunity, I will do this, I will do that. And I have to seek the mandate of the people. And the workers came out en masse to say, we want to support you, we want you to go. So, because when each time I look and remember that day at the sports club, I was spent over 6 hours to 8 hours for this election, and people were there. I did not buy them food, I did not buy them water. They were there to ensure that they get the right leader. I said, anything I will do that will put smiles in the face of workers of Enugu State, I must do it. For instance, when I came in, my first engagement with the government, about a month to the office, His Excellency's, the time His Excellency took over, the first request I made to the governor was to ensure that the tears in the face of the pensioners is wiped out. And he said, I've set up a committee, you ought to have been communicated, to ensure that the issue with pensions are cleared in Enugu State. And the next day or thereabout, the committee was constituted. I was part of that committee. We had to work out areas of pension and so on and so forth. We did that, and within 2 months, he cleared the areas. And since then, pension have remained at the top burner. The pensioners receive their pension even before they pay workers, which is our plea to His Excellency, and he did to it. So, thereafter, when the issue of economic challenge came up in 2024 or thereabout, His Excellency said, I'm going to give you 25,000 minimum wage as against 35 federal government promise. Even the federal government didn't pay up to 6 months, but he paid us for 12 months. So what I'm trying to say is that when I say, what spurred me? What spurred me was the confidence the people had in me, that this is a man that will go and will be emancipated. And each time, anything I'm doing, I say, how do I get it right to ensure that these people feel good? Because they spend their time, they spend all they have to ensure that the mandate was given to me. And I promised myself that I must deliver in this mandate. So that of the government, I've given you some few instances, that of which award, that of the pensioners. His Excellency, I've also made arrangements. The gratuity that was last paid in October 2010 is now in the budget, about 34 billion, which he said he must clear before he leaves office. And we are praying God that he does that this year, because inflation has also eroded the value of this gratuity that people are supposed to receive, and so on and so forth. We also made requests for 32,000 naira minimum pension. We noticed that some people in Enugu State earn less than 1,000 naira pension. When we put that message forward to His Excellency, he approved. Federal government is paying 32,000 naira minimum pension. Enugu State has also approved 32,000, though implementation have not commenced. But that approval is there. We hold him, and of course, His Excellency, his words are his bonds. We believe that he's going to implement it as he made that promise. And a whole lot of things. So, these are why I say that the government have made my work so easy. I've not gone to government to say, oh, we are saying, do this or that for us. Each time we write to His Excellency, we communicate to him, he listens to us. So he has made my job so easy. But I have also continued to look at areas of difficulties for workers and bring them together and present to the government at all time.
All right. Comrade, there are many questions to ask, but the director is already signaling for time. There are many. So on that note, we'll be inviting you so that we can expand and exhaust these issues. So that's the much we can take for today on the Insight. And we'll be speaking to Comrade Fabian Wibo, NLC Chairman, Enugu State. It's been a pleasure having you on the Insight.
Thank you so much, and I will always be available anytime you invite me.
Right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've heard the NLC Chairman, Enugu State. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #AllAtAneke on YouTube and Facebook. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Senate raises concern over public health preparedness after new COVID-19 case. Anambra State selected for National HIV Control Program. Details of the news. The Senate has raised concerns over the country's public health preparedness following a confirmed COVID-19 case in Cross River State, describing the system as fragile. The motion, sponsored by Epalibo Harry Banigo, highlighted shortages of testing reagents and protective equipment, as well as delays in detecting an infected traveler who entered Nigeria in March but tested positive weeks later. The lawmakers warned that the lapse indicate gaps in surveillance and early detection mechanism. The Senate is calling for the immediate release of emergency funds to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control to strengthen response capacity. Senators stressed that without urgent intervention, isolated cases could escalate into a broader public health crisis, particularly given existing procurement and logistics challenges in the sector. In a related development, the Senate has passed for second reading the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2025. The bill seeks to increase police funding from 0.5% to 1% of total revenue accruing to the federal account to enhance operational efficiency. Senate leader Obeyemi Bamidele said the proposed funding increase is necessary to address rising insecurity, including banditry, kidnapping, and cybercrime. Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says 33 out of 65 ambassadorial nominees of President Bola Tinubu have received agreement from their host countries. The approval signifies formal acceptance by receiving nations following background checks and diplomatic procedures. The ministry spokesperson Kimiebi Ebiemfa disclosed this while announcing the completion of a 3-day induction program for the nominees in Abuja. The training focused on diplomatic conduct, foreign policy objectives, and Nigeria's international engagement. According to the ministry, 32 nominees are still awaiting approval from their respective host nations. Officials noted that the number of approvals has risen steadily from earlier figures recorded this month. Once all clearances are secured, the ambassadors are expected to proceed to their designated countries to represent Nigeria's interest and strengthen bilateral relations. President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, says a high minimum wage will have little impact if inflation and currency instability persist. He warned that the weakening naira and rising cost of living has significantly reduced workers' purchasing power. Ajaero stated that organized labor is prioritizing economic stability over nominal wage increases, noting that rising costs of food, housing, and transportation continue to erode income value. He stressed the need for policies that strengthen the currency and control inflation. He added that negotiations for a new national minimum wage will follow due process and will not be influenced by political timelines. The labor movement, he said, will engage within the legally stipulated framework before the current wage structure expires. Ahead of Workers' Day, Ajaero indicated that any protest will be targeted at states yet to implement the approved minimum wage. He also called for urgent government action on fuel prices and a sustainable national energy policy. Stakeholders in Rivers State have expressed concern over what they describe as a decline in governance, calling on Governor Siminalayi Fubara to provide clear direction for the state. The site has stalled infrastructure projects and declining sanitation standards despite substantial monthly revenue. Observers say key projects, including the Ring Road Initiative, have slowed while waste management challenges persist in Port Harcourt and surrounding areas. Analysts warn that the situation could undermine public confidence and service delivery. Security concerns have also been raised with reports of increased attacks in some local government areas. Civil society groups say delays in key appointments have left ministries and agencies operating low capacity. Tensions between the executive and legislative arms have further compounded the situation, with the State House of Assembly yet to fully resume sittings. Stakeholders are urging the governor to address the issues and outline a clear development roadmap. A businessman, Nonso Okafor, has petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, accusing Senator Ireti Kinibe of involvement in an alleged 8 million naira fraud. He claims he was asked to provide funds in exchange for securing federal contracts. Okafor alleged that the transaction, facilitated through a legislative aid, did not yield any contract and that only part of the money was refunded. He further claimed he was threatened after demanding the balance. Senator Kingibe has denied the allegations, describing them as false and politically motivated. She stated that lawmakers do not award contracts and that constituency projects are executed by government agencies. The senator also noted that she has not been contacted by the ICPC and described the petition as an attempt to tarnish her reputation. She maintained that the claims lack merit and should be disregarded. A federal high court in Duse has ordered the immediate release of a minor, Walida Abdul Hadi, from the custody of the Department of State Services. The court criticized the agency's handling of allegations involving one of its operatives. Justice Hassan Diko ruled that the DSS lacks the authority to investigate criminal allegations against its personnel. He directed that the suspect be transferred to the police for proper investigation. The court ordered that the officer, Ifani Onyewenyi, be handed over to the Nigerian police force in Jigawa State. It emphasized that only law enforcement agencies and the courts have jurisdiction over such matters. Legal representatives of the victim welcomed the ruling, describing it as a step towards justice. The police are expected to proceed with investigations upon receiving the suspects. An Oka Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Court has sentenced 34-year-old Onyedika Okafor to 14 years imprisonment for rape and abduction. The offense occurred in October 2022 in Ezinifite village. The court held that the convict used a firearm to threaten the victim and forcefully took her to an uncompleted building where the crime was committed. His claim that the victim was his partner was dismissed during trial. Justice Peace Oti ruled that the prosecution proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. Evidence presented included witness testimonies and medical reports. The court also ordered that the convict's name be entered into the state sexual offenders register, ensuring permanent documentation of the offense. Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede, has raised concerns over financial misconduct in Nigerian universities. He cited cases involving mismanagement of funds, workers, and contract inflation. Speaking at a conference in Kano, Olukoyede said such practices undermine the integrity of the education system. He warned that institutions lacking accountability cannot effectively train future professionals. He advocated the adoption of artificial intelligence tools for auditing, payroll management, and fraud detection. According to him, technology can help close existing loopholes. The FCC boss also stressed the importance of integrity among personnel, noting that technology alone cannot eliminate corruption. He called for collaboration between the Commission and university authorities. The Imo State Police Command has asked members of the public to identify and claim about 450 recovered motorcycles. The vehicles were seized during recent anti-crime operations. Police spokesperson Henry Okoye said the motorcycles are believed to have been stolen. He urged owners to visit the command headquarters in Owerri for verification. Claimants are required to present proof of ownership, including receipts and registration documents. The police said this is to ensure proper identification before release. The command reaffirmed its commitment to returning recovered property to rightful owners and encouraged victims to come forward promptly. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has pledged support for the Nigerian Air Force Officers' Wives Association, commending its humanitarian and empowerment programs. He gave the assurance while receiving the association's delegation in Enugu. The governor said the group's activities align with the state's focus on education, healthcare, and social welfare. He highlighted government investments in human capital development. He assured support for the establishment of an institution for children with special needs, describing it as a priority area for collaboration. Nigerian Air Force Officers' Wives Association's president, Ngozi Aneke, said the association remains committed to supporting widows, orphans, and host communities through education and empowerment initiatives. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in news. Senate calls for urgent action on public health preparedness. Coming up shortly, Anambra selected for HIV epidemic control program implementation. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, has integrated a technical team in Anambra State to implement the 2026 Integrated Biological and Behavioral Surveillance Study. The initiative targets improved HIV response in high-burden states, with Anambra among those selected due to prevalence concerns. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Tope Ilori, said the team will conduct data-driven assessments to identify at-risk populations and strengthen treatment coverage. She emphasized the importance of expanding access to antiretroviral therapy and achieving viral suppression. Executive Director of the Anambra State AIDS Control Agency, Nkem Okeke, said the study will focus on key populations, including sex workers and men who have sex with men, with about 1,200 individuals expected to be tested. The program will deploy advanced testing kits capable of early detection of HIV infections. The West African Center for Public Health and Development is providing technical support to ensure accurate data collection and alignment with global standards. Management of Obafemi Awolowo University has directed students to vacate the campus for a 3-week mid-semester break following protests that disrupted academic and administrative activities. The decision, approved by the University Senate, follows demonstrations by students over transportation challenges and other welfare concerns. Authorities say the measure is to restore order and ensure safety across the campus. The protest was triggered by complaints over a new compressed natural gas transport system, which students may cost delays and long queues. Additional concerns include difficulties with the institution's e-portal and accommodation policies. University management says the break will allow for engagement with stakeholders to resolve the issues. Students have been urged to remain law-abiding while discussions continue. The Anambra State House of Assembly has passed a bill amending the Local Government Administration Law 2024, aimed at strengthening governance at the grassroots level. The Speaker, Somtochukwu Udeze, who presided over plenary in Oka, commended lawmakers for the swift passage of the executive bill through all legislative stages. The bill was presented by Deputy Majority Leader Jude Akwa and seconded by Minority Leader John Bosco Akebobi. It revised Section 101 of the Principal Law and introduces new provisions. Under the amendment, legal representation for local governments will be handled primarily by the State Ministry of Justice, with provision for external counsel subject to approval by the Attorney General. The House adjourned plenary to a later date. The House of Representatives has approved a request by President Bola Tinubu for a $416.3 million syndicated loan to finance the Sokoto-Badagry Highway project. The approval followed consideration of a report by the House Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management. Lawmakers described the project as critical to national connectivity and economic development. The loan facility, expected to be provided by Jush Bank AG, will support construction of a key segment of the highway. It includes a structured repayment plan and partial guarantee arrangements. The House directed the Ministries of Finance and Works to provide regular reports on utilization of the funds. Meanwhile, the National Assembly is expected to adjourn plenary to allow members participate in party primaries ahead of the 2027 elections. A federal high court has ordered telecommunications companies, including MTN Nigeria and Airtel Nigeria, to restore airtime lending services following regulatory disputes. The court granted interim injunctions restraining the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission from enforcing its 2025 lending regulations pending determination of the case. Industry stakeholders argued that the regulations conflict with the mandate of the Nigerian Communications Commission and could disrupt value-added services used by millions of subscribers. In a related development, the House of Representatives has urged the NCC to extend the SIM card reallocation period to 18 months to reduce fraud risk associated with recycled phone numbers. Wife of the Abia State Governor, Priscilla Oti, has launched the Ayoma Market Women Economic Empowerment Program in Umuahia to support grassroots women. Under the initiative, 200 women received grants of 100,000 naira each through the Safe Tent Care initiative. The program is aimed at promoting financial inclusion and economic independence. Mrs. Oti said the scheme also provides mentorship, business support, and capacity building to ensure sustainability. She emphasized the role of women in driving household and community development. The initiative includes financial literacy training facilitated by the banking institutions, with officials urging beneficiaries to maintain proper financial records. The program is part of a broader effort to reduce poverty and enhance livelihoods. Now in sports, the Nigeria Football Federation is set to restructure the technical crew of the national under-20 team, the Flying Eagles, as part of efforts to improve performance. Abdul Maikaba is expected to take over as head coach, with Abdullahi Bifo likely to serve as assistant coach. The development follows the team's early exit at the last FIFA Under-20 World Cup. The Federation says the changes are aimed at strengthening technical capacity. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Sotayo Gaga has called on citizens to seek support from public office holders and community leaders amid current economic challenges. Speaking in a social media post, she said requesting assistance from political and religious leaders should be seen as a civic right, especially in difficult economic conditions. Her comments have generated mixed reactions, with some supporting the call for accountability, while others advocate self-reliance. The debate reflects broader public concerns over economic hardship and the responsibilities of leaders to support vulnerable populations. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Senate has raised concern over the country's public health preparedness following a confirmed COVID-19 case in Cross River State. The motion, sponsored by Senator Epalibo Harry Banigo, highlighted gaps in surveillance, including delayed detection of an infected traveler and shortages of critical medical supplies. Meanwhile, the National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, has inaugurated a technical team in Anambra State for the 2026 Integrated Biological and Behavioral Surveillance Study. Director General of NACA, Dr. Tope Ilori, said the initiative is aimed at improving data-driven interventions and expanding access to treatment for at-risk populations. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chuguma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ndewo, afam bụ Mrs. Fidelia Okeke. Ana m azụ afịa na New Haven Market. Mụnwa bụ past woman leader, New Haven Market. Thank you. Dịka isi n'anya n'ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta, ndị ụfọdụ na-etiji aja, ndị ụfọdụ si n'obodo bụ igwe. Ama m na nke gị ma obodo abụ igwe ka ọ dị gị mma n'arụ. Biko ka o si wee dị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta. Na nke mbụ, ekene m niile na-agalụ His Excellency Barrister Peter Mbah, bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. Ana m ekene ya maka ọrụ ọma ọ na-alụ n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụrụ ma ọ na-alụ ọrụ n'Enugu steeti. And o melụ ka ife dịla anyị mfe n'Enugu steeti. Ekene dịlụ gọvanọ anyị wee na-asị ya lụrụ gaba ya deme.
Mana ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-eti mkpu si na ihe siri ike ịbata afịa tata, ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye tata ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata echi, ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata tata. Nke ka o si wee dị nwa na-azụ afịa.
Ihe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu bụ eziokwu, mana ị na-anya ọ bụrụ osiro n'aka gọvanọ Enugu steeti, ya bụ mmiri si n'isi wee gbalụrụ na-agbadata. Maka na ọ bụrụ ihe gọvanọ anyị ga-eme ka ọ dị mfe, ọ ga-eme ya n'eke n'ụzọ ọ na-edozisili anyị. Malụkwa na mmalụ na ụzọ ndị ime obodo na-esi n'ime obodo bupụtala anyị nyi
ọ bụrụ na ụzọ adịrọ mma fama mbupụtala anyị nye ihe siri ike bụ eziokwu o siri ike nyi ọnụ enwe ndị nyi ọnụ na-anị economy dị bad mana kedu ihe anyị ga-eme ọ bụrụ ihe anyị ga-akwụsị ozugbo mana ọ ihe anyị ga-eji nwayọọ wee malụ ka anyị ga-esi wee na-arazie abịakwuonu na-ekwuzienu fuel a na-agazi aga na fuel and ịma na fuel bụ ihe moto ji aga and without transportation o nwere ihe ga na-aga aga n'obodo maka na ọ moto a ka mmadụ ga-abanye jee mkpa ya moto a ka a ga-eji si ebe ọbụla bute ihe a na-ele ele anyị nwa na-ego ewurukwa moto jekwa bute tinye na shop anyị mana kịta ọ na-afịazi arụ maka na gịnị fuel agalaga ọnụ fuel agalala ọnụ bịa mee ihe niile tinye ego nke ị na-ego bụ 500 maka na fuel agalaga ọnụ ije igwe ị na-egozi 1000 so nke a bụgodo a major problem issue of this fuel now ọzọ dịka ibia gị enwekwa m aṅụrị nne ihe gọvanọ Mbah mere nyaa maka na nyaa nọọsụ ndị na-azụ afịa ndị petty traders a nọcha n'ụzọ na-enwero shop na-azụ afịa na ha ma na-akwụzi tax n'Enugu steeti ọ bụ ezigbo ihe magburu onwe ya maka na ndị a na-azụ afịa tebụl olo anyị na-akpọ ha petty traders maka income obele income ha ji azụ ya ha enwero shop so nke ahụ alone bụkwa ọdịmma nke then ọzọ dịka ibia bụrụkwa inekwa anyị ihe na-eme n'obodo kịta insecurity dị ebe niile o mezele ndị mmadụ adịghị ejezi farm onye na-eje farm ọchịli uche n'aka ọtụtụ ka a na-egbu na farm ada harvest zi lee Easter agbacha kịta ama m ego na igolu ọkụkọ ama m ego na igolu green pepper anyị na-ego bụ 500 200 na nke nwe ibukazi ibu igo ya 1000 mana igochala ya 3000 4000 ọ bụrụ maka gịnị ihe na-eme n'ugwu Hausa onye debe arụ na o metụtara ya ọ na-emetụta everybody because ọ na-eme n'ugwu Hausa o deprive onye flow maka ndị ọlụ adị ndị na-akọ ugbo adị ejezi farm now anyị nwa na-ebudatalụ ya ebudatalụ nwobele a ga-ebudatalụ anyị ọgala ọnụ a na-ekwuzi okwu anụ ihe dịka anụ efi a na-esi ugwu Hausa ebudatala anyị nke a nọzi n'enu ọjị mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ kịta no mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ so ịbịa n'anya itin zulo ebe niile as far as ị nọ na Nigeria ọ na-emetụta gị one way or the other.
ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-emetụkeri n'ahụ ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị ọ ga-esi gaa n'iru ọ dị mma
ndụmọdụ na-adụ nwaanyị ọbụla na-ekele mbụ onye ọbụla jilie nwayọọ ihe bịara abịa ga-ana ana maka na anyị tinyebe obi na ya anyị nwa bụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka na anyị na-ebu afọ ime chia nwa ọ dafịa anyị ara BP set in a na-ekwu na BP set in stroke esoli ya so onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ibulu onye na-azụ azụ ịzụta tinyekwala ya bụ profit mana emenie ka ọ bịa fịabazie onye ga-ego arụ gị na ngwa afịa nwa the end of the day adọlụ so ka onye ọbụla nyere ibe ya aka ma onye na-ele ma onye na-abịa ego ka anyị niile malụ na anyị bụ ofu. Thank you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Pleasant greetings to my people of Nigeria. Pleasant greetings to the Enugu. How you guys doing? I know you guys have a wonderful day and you guys are all amazing. I'm going to give a very shout out to my people of Enugu, to Kenkeneme. And today on the Vibe Central, where I give you hot gist and gossip. We'll tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. You know, what we do here is our proco business. Waiting not consign us, now waiting with they talk here. I still remain your number one on this show. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka red pepper, black pepper, all kinds of pepper. I mean, Miss Spices pepper. Like, I give it on a very hot chili way, you know. But you know, today, I have someone here. I call her Ugoma Sinachi. Ugoma, how are you doing?
I'm good.
This girl, I've carried this her Holy Spirit vibe today. Ugoma, I'm not doing this with you today.
You want to do this with me?
I'm not actually
I
doing
want us
this.
to go to heaven.
That's why I want to go to Cloud9. I don't want to go to
I
heaven.
want to do something that will trigger God, so that I want my name to be in the book of life, please. I don't want to sing.
You don't. Oh my God.
Oh my God, sing.
You don't do it.
I don't to sing.
Repete.
I don't to sing.
Repete.
I don't to
Anyway, I always say, like, today I'm going out on the men, you know. Give them bad
God, this men, they don't to do.
They don't to do.
They to do.
Is it men?
They don't to do.
Fear will not fear men.
I don't even know. Like, I begin to be so scared. Like, I do the fear every day.
Like, every 1 minute of your life, you just need to pray and thank God that you're a woman.
Why are they becoming so bad?
So very, very, very nasty.
What is this war all about?
I don't know.
But if you now want fight war, leave women, go to
I don't know. I just don't understand.
Go to Russia. They're looking for warriors there. They're looking for fighters.
Fear will not fear men. See, my
fight.
slogan today is men will stain your whites. So if you want your white to be as neat as mine, fear men. Just take 1 minute to fear men. Well, repeat after me. Take 1 minute to fear men. Because if you don't want your white to be stained, just take 1 minute to fear men. So actually, what actually triggered me today was what Churchill wrote on his Instagram post. He said something that actually marveled me. He said, when you people talk about forced divorce, this is forced divorce as he claims, and it's a public misinformation. He said, let me address this directly. The reports circulating online about a supposed divorce between myself and Rosaline are completely false. Therefore, there is no truth to them. And then she said it should be treated as such. Therefore, there was no legal recognized marriage. There was no church wedding, no court wedding. What took place was an introduction. Therefore, the idea of a divorce is baseless from the onset. So he went ahead to say, beyond that, any legitimate legal process requires that all parties should be formally served and given the opportunity to respond and I was never served. So I was asked a simple question: what exactly is being presented to the public, and how was it obtained? I am 100% sure that individuals without paper or proper experience in the media space are advising Rosie indirectly alongside legal practitioners who operate under a mango tree without due process and claim to produce divorce documents within 24 hours. Looking at this alleged hearing and judgment the dates, I am left asking, is it even possible in Nigeria at times? Is it even necessary to allow a man handle his responsibility without interference, most especially when you are carried along? What is the part of his roles and duty? Entering a relationship with a man who already has a child and existing issue with the child's mother requires understanding that such matters are between two parties involved. If Tonto offended anyone, it should be me alone, and I offended anyone, it should be Tonto. However, we have both chosen to forgive each other. I believe she has changed and now a better person and a better place. Hey, man, we start again. Man, we stay your right.
Wait, what was he trying to say? Like, why are you saying Tonto have changed to a better person? You want to go back to Tonto or what?
You don't know you want to hear that from. Actually, what you want to hear from my mouth is something you already know. So actually, men will actually stay in your whites.
So you're still in love with Tonto, is that it?
No, am I Tonto? Why are you asking me? Like, it's just what it is. It is what it is.
Well, I feel this marriage took place just to pepper Tonto back then.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
So now everything. So but
because people are talking about it then.
So but ladies that desperately go after people's husband, I don't know. Like I have this likes of
they don't know again now.
No, see, I have the likes of Stella Damascus, this lady that married this director. There are so many of them that I know that went after their fellow besties' husband.
It never worked out.
And at the long run, they end up being divorced again or end up being left out in the marriage. I just wonder, like, why do people go after people's husband? Is there any sole reason? Or is it just that curiosity made them?
What about Evan Okoro's married actor?
No, her own is different. Why? Because she didn't go after somebody's husband.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about women that go after people's husband. What is their sole aim? Like, is it that they want the fantasy, or they just want to? Like, I don't know. Why would you see your best friend's husband? And you know
and this lady were best friends.
Yeah, they are close. So I know the likes of I have the likes of Stella Damascus. So many of them.
Someone took her husband.
No, Stella Damascus took after her best friend's husband.
Oh.
You know, there are so many people that in the industry that did the same thing to stab their fellow, people.
Now you got they do best friend.
Do you understand? But I feel like, okay, you know that this is a woman he's actually married to. For him to leave her for you, know that tomorrow he can actually leave you for another person. So it's just a due process. It requires that time when he's, it's just that people are actually waiting for this new Ledoche's marriage. Now he's actually heading out with this actress, what's her name? I forgot her. She's a popular Asabawood actress. He's seen, hanging out, and people are now asking, is your wife Judy not good for red carpet and all this hangout? Why is it that you're not taking?
She's not good for red carpet. She's good for hyping.
Yeah,
yes, she's good for staying at home, hyping you. Yeah, rubbing his moro hair.
I don't like you. I don't know why
you don't like me.
I don't like you. I don't like you.
Well,
why are you so blunt? Like, must you be that blunt?
I just have to hit the nail on the head.
And
that's what it is.
Now you don't hit that one now.
Okay.
I hit another one for us.
Okay, let me hit another one.
Yeah.
This is Cross. Like, people are like talking about Cross's wedding. It said like enough time has passed. Cross got married and not a single person brought up his nude video that went viral years ago or tried to shame him for it. If not woman now, we go hear word. And that's just the truth. Exactly what I was saying. When I saw the wedding ceremony, the event, I was like, maybe this guy wear him there outside years back. So why nobody talking about it?
No, that's the stigmatization that is attached and unloaded to women. Like, it's very visible. Like, as a woman, that's why whatever you are doing, you should just actually be careful. You should be mindful, and should just honestly be waiting for whatever that comes your way, because it will come. Yeah. It's just a matter of time.
As a woman, do you know that? Let me tell you something. When they say the internet never forgets,
it's
I think they meant for the women.
Yes.
Yeah, it's mostly for the women. It's mostly for negative
things. Can you believe that?
What about
very dark man? His news are outside, and
they're not talking about
the public is just doing it like it's nothing.
It's nothing.
Like,
yeah. Internet never forget, but they will never remember the good things. Maybe someone needs justice, they will never remember that one. It's only when a girl's new trends, that's where they'll tell you that you never forget. That's justice. So
I have another one for
annoying.
you, but Shaggy, I don't understand what he's writing this, But Shaggy said, "Dear God, I'm still holding on because you asked me to trust you, even when I don't understand it all. I know you allowed this for a reason, so I'm still trusting, I'm still believing, I'm still waiting on you. You have never failed me, and I never know." Are we having a repented Brother Shaggy, or
it's not repentance process? It's not repentance. But Shaggy coming out to talk about God, how good He's been. It's like someone testifying of God's glory. Because I can remember when Brother Shaggy came in, when he started, he just acknowledging how long his goal, how long he has come to the industry, how God has blessed him, even when he doesn't deserve it. You're just acknowledging God, nothing good. Sometimes I just come out and glorify God, like talk about how God has been good to us. So it's nothing. You just
praise the Lord.
Hallelujah, somebody.
Sister Goma, praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Okay. I just remember that you praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. So that directs us to our next gist. As a Twitter, as Yusuf said, my brother's girlfriend left him. He was 27 years. She was 25. She left him because she wanted to marry and settle down. My brother wasn't ready. He was hurt because he genuinely likes her. He is 30 now and doing really well for himself. She is 27 now, still not married. She now drives a Lexus SUV, has her own place and a well-paying job. Guess who is back sleeping with each other again? Both of them. Told him to enjoy her, but he should never think of marrying her. He agrees. She left once, she will leave again. What do you think about this gist?
Interesting. I go enjoy myself. Because I see, that's why when people leave their ex and go back to their ex, I just feel like, are you insane?
Because
like, are you insane?
This person is just coming back to finish you. Bata. He's not coming back because
he loves you.
He loves you. He's coming back due to the fact that he couldn't meet someone
better than you.
Yeah, he couldn't meet someone better than you, and that's how he's coming back. Okay, but some will come back to stay for good. Some will just come back to come around to take what they have missed. Something they've missed. Maybe the way you gave it to them. Maybe the way you guys were. Not like they're coming back for something good. They're coming back to finish you. Maybe when they are done, they can leave again.
But
or maybe marry someone else.
For some reasons, I do ask women, why would you actually, be separated from your ex? And you actually broke this person's heart.
Okay.
You actually did something terrible. You left this person shattered. You left this person broken. And at the same point, you are coming back to him. What are you doing there? What are you doing? So I feel like, girl, if you dig that gold, dig it very well.
Okay, what about those men who leave their ex, meet their girlfriend, marries another person, yet they are still going to meet their ex?
It's very hard for men to go back to their ex because men always are scared that this lady will, but women are always emotional centered. So once they left their ex, they are susceptible to actually go back there and ask. But you see, men, their ego to come down, beg you, and honestly, it's very hard. Not like it's not possible, but it's very hard. It's always on the women's side, always begging their ex. I've seen a couple of women begging their ex. Okay, let me even just this is now gossip where the gossip here now. So let's gossip to the fullest. So actually, I was with a guy. So he was chatting. I was like, this is your chat. You are very fully engaged in this chat. He said yes. His ex is chatting. I see your ex. That he said she's married though, but this lady don't want to leave him alone. And he has been asking him for sex and demanding that he has just been marginalizing him for a long time. Someone inside marriage.
A lady? Inside marriage.
Inside marriage. You are visualizing and essentializing your ex. How you mix, how you turn you from corridor to Japan. So as in, I was thinking that this guy was just, forging this story. He says I should watch, I should look. I read. I said, are you sure this lady is married? She said yes.
Make her husband no catch her.
He didn't hear it. He actually scrolled down to her page on Facebook. Showed me. She was actually married. I was like, yeah? Jesus Christ. So what is she typing here? What's happening? That means you actually did this woman very, very well.
That's the reason why it's good for a man to do DNA test, especially when their first child.
Because no, you're not starting with this your DNA test.
Go back to their exes, get pregnant for them, then pin it on their man.
So you're actually in support of men going out there to do a DNA test?
If they see any fishy movement, if they sense any fishy movement within their wife,
let's move deeper to this DNA test of a thing. Now you see, most men, this is the reason why most marriages are broken. Is it not better you just live floating with the false belief that you are the father of the children than being faced with the reality that might kill you, that you're not actually the father of those children?
It's better you face the reality
and die off. Some actually don't survive. Some die of heartbreak.
But you just need to know, because at the end of the day, maybe in the future you find out that you find out late. There's nothing hidden. Everything will definitely be unveiled. Okay, no matter how hard you hide something, so it's better to find out now and withdraw from taking care of the kids. Because how can you take care of someone's kids?
But it's actually good that you don't know.
You don't know. No, it is better you know.
Okay, so let me take you now to Cloud 9. The mic took us to Cloud 9. He said, bro to bro. Now is girl to girl, May we never go with flowers and chocolates where others go with lubricants and condoms. As he says, strong men only for strong men.
I'm a child of God. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You singing me?
I have no idea.
No,
what is condom? What is lubricant? Please educate me.
I should educate you. Yeah. Okay, actually I will. When are you enrolling for my car?
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're actually going to enroll with a lot of cool cash for my class. So when are you ready?
Ready, very soon.
Very soon.
Yeah. Let me make up my mind.
So what do you think about
if I can be able to stand this whole
So what do you think about this? Now let's talk girl to girl. Right?
What I think about this?
Geckos,
well, a guy shouldn't go with
flowers and chocolates. While others are going with you know.
Well, it means that shouldn't be the guy taking care of the girl, doing things for her, investing in her. Meanwhile, she's with someone else who does nothing for her, right?
You are very smart.
Yeah.
You're very smart.
That's what it means.
Yeah, that's just simply what it means.
So as a man, please do not fall for that. Don't be the man with the flower. Okay?
Be the one with
the condom and lubricant.
If you
can.
You're a bad girl. You must be a bad girl.
If you say something, if you do some fishy movements within the girl, I think you shouldn't be the guy with the flower.
You should just be the hard one.
Yeah.
You should be the bad boss.
In fact, follow them with the condom.
You're a child of that. So go, let's have it next.
So another J says, one of these flavors has to disappear for life. Which one? Like, is it vanilla ice cream? Someone was like, even better, make I take Igbo Jedi than for me to take that cold tea that possesses as ice cream. Though that poses as ice cream. That is a vanilla ice cream. I don't know. Do you like vanilla? Or do you go with the chocolate?
So as a baker?
As
a baker.
Which one?
I don't stigmatize flavors. I play with flavors. It's just like when you ask a fashionista, which color do you like? A fashionista should not segment with colors. He should just be in love with colors. That's the only way he could be able to play with it and make a good mixture out of it. So when you have all feelings for one, it will not give you a proper adequate combination when it is. So if you're someone that sells a product or make use of products, some raw materials for work, you should not be able to say, I don't like this, I don't like. You like it. I can't tell you chocolate is my best. I take chocolate, I take vanilla, I take strawberries, I take all. So at this point, I don't think I have a preference. My only preference is the fact that I love them. I can actually play and take them, consume. Once it's sweet, once it's pleasant, once it's tasteful in the mouth, I can actually take them. Okay. So for me, I don't have a preference.
Yeah, I'll go with the chocolate. I'm a chocolate type. I love chocolate.
You know,
so I'm gonna go with the chocolate ice cream with a mixture of the milk of the vanilla.
I don't want to give you that title, but I'm gonna give you. But actually, have you seen Tenny?
Recently,
yeah, she looks so girly and
she looks girly and a little bit of like an old woman.
Some people are saying, should we be concerned about Tenny's size, or should we be mindful of our business? Tenny went from plus size to present size that looks summarized is something that I think should be of concern. And if you know waiting I face to lose this weight, you go happy for me. Wish she could just go back to her old self. You will go back to your old self. But she's looking so old.
Yeah. The first
Kelly we know should she looks so old.
I think she should work on the body. She work on it. Maybe add a little flesh, okay, to balance it well. She looks amazing though. I don't like fat. I don't like fat. Like I don't like fat. You understand, right? But I think she should work on the shape, everything. It will blend well.
No,
she's not old. She's not old woman. She's still a young girl in her prime.
Tenny is actually good. Yeah, she's actually who she is. But for me, at some point, I feel like she's looking all worn out.
Do you know, in this world, we are never satisfied.
Yeah.
When she was fat, people were talking. Now she has worked on herself. People are still talking.
Do you know
what do we really want?
Do you understand? There's one thing I always like about myself. Do you understand? No matter what you say to me, if it's not something that aligns with myself or something I actually believe with, I don't go with it. I just, stay neutral. Yeah, you said it. People will say, gift you're adding. Okay, you don't like it.
It's okay because they have it.
If I get slim tomorrow,
they'll still talk about it.
Yeah, so anything you do, people will talk. So best of all, live your best life. Just don't be above yourself. What will kill you. Just stay on the neutral ground. Don't be too fat. Don't be too slim. Just be there. Look like gifts. I mean, look like me. If you don't know what to look like gifts.
So guys, that direct us to the G's, our nice gist. Okay, our next gist is Fina, our BBN, BBA, whatever. BBL
and BBN.
Yeah. So she said, I want to have a one night stand with Omale.
Jesus,
can go 5 hours on non-stop with no rest. Fina. Okay. So I'm not all Nigeria artist. He's the one he chooses to, go marathon with.
5
hours. I'm sure she's just kidding.
No.
Who goes on 5 hours with? Like, what are you doing there? Are you working?
Excuse me. Have you met me in there?
I know say they go 120 hours.
But it's just small. Like it just.
I know. Is that your eye? You're not a bad girl.
I'm not denying the fact.
See, forget that if you not say when Omale comes now, smoke really well with the depression when they catch up.
And she go run. She go run life. So all the celebrities, I don't know what actually comes to their mind when they feel like they can actually do and undo. No, you cannot just
feel they have a liberty to do whatever that pleases them because it's their money. So everybody feels like, yeah, I can do whatever I want to do. It is my money. No one should question me. Besides, I'm an influencer.
all these people that comes out and say they are influencers, what exactly are they influencing? I keep asking myself, because I see nothing tangible, nothing reasonable there. I see them talking about.
See, do you think, that's one thing you don't understand? Celebrity.
What are they celebrating?
Celebrity. You don't understand the meaning. Celebrity.
I know who are celebrities. I know the celebrities.
All of them are celebrities. That's why
I know people that are celebrities. Please, not these ones.
Just
they just go to the not impact to the nation, not impact to the society. Then you come out and be like,
let me tell you, it's you that don't understand the impact they are giving.
Which impact? The BBL, is it impact?
Yes, it's an impact.
Dressing so
interesting. Telling young girls that if you do BBL, you'll be able to secure the
That's a negative impact.
It's not. It's a positive one.
You're trying to teach them that
confidence.
They need
confidence.
What's confidence about that? You're not. If someone can go extra mile to change their futures, their body, that means this person does not have confidence on their natural body, the way God made them. They're trying to tell God, I don't like the way you made me. I want to change something about me.
Let me tell you something.
So there is no good impact.
Let me say, for you, there is no good impact. For me, there is. Why? Because, like you feel like you're okay. But let me tell you, you're not okay.
I'm okay.
When you have big yash,
I am okay. I have everything.
You don't have everything.
I have everything that I want.
Young lady,
I have everything.
No, I don't think you do.
I have it.
What do you think?
I have it. I have the way. For me to,
you're claiming it in Jesus' name.
I'm not claiming it in Jesus. I have it.
No, you don't.
I have it. God has given it to me.
No,
the way He wants it to be. God has made it the way He wants it to be. So why do I need to change it?
No, I don't.
Why do I need to tell God, oh, you didn't make me beautiful?
No. I don't like that.
Can I tell you something? If I'm prettier than those people doing BBL.
Who's going to give you that validation? I'm going to give you that validation. You are not. Do you know what it costs to have a very big
and I will have more confidence because then after doing that, their nyash is one side, their leg is not straight. This one is not okay.
It's a lie.
They will see confidence.
Did you see
there's no sexiness. There is no sexiness in that body.
No. See, this
there's
argument,
nothing sexy about that body. That body is whack. What is tacky? Stack. What's tacky? It's not beautiful.
It's not.
If you see what God creates, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at what some man made something. Because man made it.
May God deliver you.
Man made it, so it's not looking good.
May God deliver
you. See what God made is naturally placed in the right order. So what I try to say,
Uma is just trying to, make herself feel good at this point.
I'm trying to make myself feel good because I'm already good.
But like I always say, hold on, because tomorrow we'll continue this battle. There is part 2 for this.
All right.
And I'm going to tell the people of Enugu that in as much as you want the confidence, just do what you can handle. Yes. And just know that whatever decision you make in this life, it's solely your decision, not anybody. Don't say you are being influenced. I will say my own as being gifts. So if you want to do your body, do your body. If you want to believe you believe them. So whatever you do it and know that you pay your repercussion yourself. Nobody is there to give you any obligation. So today I'm going to draw my curtain. And what do you have for the people of Enugu?
As I say, Enugu, thank you so much for having me once more. I'm always happy to be here.
I don't know why I'm happy to be here today.
And I'm happy to give you guys the gist. Okay, to keep you close to your seat.
What happened to you, the body See,
I
want to see that body
I've seen the body
see, people of Enugu. See, I don't know. Even we should just come to our timeline on Aneke TV. Send in your comments. Tell us the way we can bring out the you guys should know, because this it has changed, and I don't want this changed one. I don't want this born again. But tomorrow we'll do this. Tomorrow same station. Every day we do this to entertain you. I still remain your number one, Gift Obodo. We love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome to our program on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. I am here to present to you Arena, which is a program where we dissect and discuss issues of national and international interest. And today we're going to actually do the same business that we used to do, and that is having a topic that is veritable for the development of Nigeria. And we have the topic as the role of traditional institutions in the face of insecurity in Nigeria. And interestingly, I have His Royal Highness Igwe Chinedu Nyawobodo, JP, a public affairs commentator, as my guest for today's program. You are welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
The traditional institution has been dated as far back as man. Traditional institution everywhere in the world. In the Europe, we have the kings. In so many other countries of the world, we have various traditional institutions. And these institutions may be official or may be ceremonial, as the case may be. Today in Nigeria, we have also traditional institutions abound in all the communities in Nigeria, which means these institutions take the responsibility of guiding the people of that community in terms of the expression of culture and tradition and protect the interests of the people of the area. And traditional institutions have been there in Nigeria based on the kind of government that we operate. They do not have any defined constitutional role. And in this topic, we are looking at the series and myriad of insecurity problems that abound in Nigeria and which has set the nation in a situation of lack of development. And we see that if these traditional rulers who are everywhere in Nigeria are given some constitutional role that may make them be able to function effectively as the nearest to the people, a kind of government that is nearest to the people, that Nigeria may be better for it. But why it has not been so inculcated in our constitution is a problem that remains unanswered. And of course, it is the responsibility of those who are vested with constitutional problem of making laws or putting in certain responsibilities into laws that should be able to give us a better answer to it. And because of that, the traditional rulers are handicapped when we talk about insecurity. Even with the emergence of various types of security action committees, the vigilantes, the hunters, and all that in the various parts of Nigeria, it has not really, given us the desired result. And so we are going to talk on this topic with a view to seeing that those who have the power to get things done, that they begin to look into this problem or think out of the box. Because when you do one thing and you get the same result all the time, which is not helping the situation in, you should be able to think about doing it a different way so as to get a different result. And Your Highness, the situation of the role of the traditional institution in Nigeria, how do you view it from your perspective?
Yeah. Like you said earlier, traditional institution is as old as man existed. Looking at it from the perspective of my own area, we used to have Ishan in those days. And who was the Ishan? When you become the eldest of the community, the seat of government moved to your house. That was government by gerontocracy. And then government by gerontocracy to warrant chiefs, to chairman of community councils, and now Ndigwe. In those days, I remember very well that even services as low as collecting revenues for government were done by the Shian, the warrant chief, the chairman of community council. But unfortunately, when we changed to Igwe, it's a different thing. And that shows you that if it worked very well in those days, traditional institution is the closest government to the people, or the closest leadership to the people. Having said that, It then means that if we want to get our security right, like you're saying, that traditional institution must be equipped to be actually the chief security of that community. You know that every crime is local. Every crime committed on earth is local. It's committed at a place. And that place has a traditional ruler. And that traditional ruler with his lieutenants should know that environment better, the nooks and crannies. And I have always told people that effective policing, I don't just mean the police as a service. Effective policing of your environment starts from intelligence gathering. And we should not overlook the local intelligence of the people. So the traditional rulers, if we mean business on how to make our police work or make our security much more effective, should be made effectively to be the chief security of that community. Being the chief security officer without a vote, being the chief security officer of your environment without constitutional role of the minimal level of kinetic force to make people obey rules, amounts to ineffective chief security officer of your environment. So something needs to be done. There has to be a constitutional role assigned for that effective leadership. Very important, it's critical in this situation. And like you said when you were talking, I read a Chinese adage that madness is not just about the people we see on the road. Madness consists in repeating one thing over and over and expecting a different result. No, if you want a different result, something different has to be done. And if you have tried a particular process for a long time and it has yielded you no result, do you need to be told that you have to change? Strategy has to be changed. And what is even strategy? Strategy is the reason people sit back at a time. Where am I? How did I get here? To where am I going? How do I get to where I'm going? When you do all this kind of introspection, you'll be able to say, can we go to the other side, like Jesus Christ said it? Of course, Rex, you know that when Christ was in town and preaching to a number of persons, the miracle of feeding the 5,000 people with 2 fishes and I think 5 loaves of bread couldn't have happened. But he told his people, let us go to the other side. On getting to the other side, that place was a wilderness. But people with their problem also converged there. At a time, the disciples wanted him to dismiss the people to go and eat. He now told them, feed them. That was when he performed the miracle of feeding over 5,000 persons. If they had been in a place where anybody who wanted food could walk across and buy food, that miracle couldn't have happened. So I'm telling our people, people in government, people who have something to do for the constitutional, traditional institution to be given the necessary support for a grassroots policing to do something. Let us go to the other side and see the miracle happen.
Let us go to the other side. And that is to say, you should think out of the box if you are doing one thing, having the same result. And of course, you must have to try another strategy to see if you get a different result that is better than the one you are having. And so says His Royal Highness Igwe Chinedu Nyawobodo, who is our guest on today's edition of Arena in Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And let me come to you once more. What do you think has been the bottleneck in actually assigning the traditional institutions? What role they should play constitutionally in Nigeria? What do you think has been the bottleneck?
Well, I may not really say what is the bottleneck, but let me assume that the bottom line is fear. With the present dispensation, they will tell us that the closest government to the people is the local government. But it's not true. And just like we've been playing politics with the local government autonomy, the local government themselves might as well think that their jobs could be taken from them. Because if we do what we should do, they should be there to play the supervisory role, while the actual job of local intelligence that will take us to the promised land is done by the community. So I think the major fear is about, the major problem is fear of the unknown. Because if we say let us assign a constitutional role, it now amounts to funding. Some people might be thinking that they will lose certain percentages of the fund they have been controlling. And by the time you come down to a local government, for example, where you have over 20, 30, or even less than 10 communities, and you say let 5% be given to the, so they must have lost 5%. So I think that is the only thing. But I want to tell our people that what we need now is the best thing to be done so that we achieve security. And if we must achieve security, every crime is local. We have to pursue it to that local environment. I heard you mention about hunters. Yes. Hunters, in some areas, they have done relatively well because they know the terrain more than whoever is coming from outside to police that environment. It's very, very important. So whatever is the fear, I think is not realistic. It's not helping us. Let them go ahead, assign constitutional rule. And then during the constitutional rule, there has to be a means for checkmating. Every job has to be measured.
Okay. There must be a means to checkmate those who have been given responsibility, just like there are other means to checkmate. Yes. But this means to checkmate has not worked at all the levels that we have had. For instance, we know about the arms of government.
Yes.
The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. These arms are said to be independent and checkmate the excesses of the other. That will help them to be accountable. And then you have the fourth estate of the realm, which is the press, that will hold everybody accountable. Now, these checkmate, ideas, checkmate, ideas in the society have not worked in Nigeria. And what do you think? How do you think that it could work in the circumstance of the traditional institution? How can it work? Because we say that corruption has permeated into the sectors of our national life, and nothing seems to work effectively because of the tendencies of corruption, the corrupt tendencies of Nigerians. That is a factor that has a deep negative effect in the institutions and the people of Nigeria.
Yeah, Rex, let me come from this angle. There's a recent study I am doing on the deployment of investigative journalism in the fight against corruption in Nigeria. And my findings have been revealing. Yes, we have what should be independent arms of government, and of course, independent tiers of government, which should work interdependently. So, no arm of government should be dependent on the other. And that is the constitutional provision, except down the line, local government and the state governments. If we really make our institutions stronger than the individuals, checkmating will work. I've always used this example. A long time ago, the Supreme Court of India ruled against shutting themselves from the public, and that it means whatever they do in the court has to be monitored by the people, so that you know that when you're making mistake, the public is seeing you. And nobody likes washing his dirty linens in the public. Nobody wants his dirty angle be published. This this Freedom of Information Act should be made to work. But unfortunately, the rules we have in our country, they will want you to do a sprint with your 2 legs tied. For example, let us look at the Freedom of Information Act, where the media should checkmate everybody. But of course, the same act says that when people refuse to yield the information you want, that you can go to court. And this is our court with the snail speed. But that is not even the problem. The study I'm doing, I wanted to know the earning levels, what our journalists earn. Greater percentage earn less than 70,000 naira a month. Is that 70,000 naira a month in the present era? Is that the money he will now use to pursue legal activities? Because the journalist has to do it at his own expense. And if that is the case, there is no way it is going to work. And 70,000 minimum wage, where does it take a journalist that chooses to be an investigative journalist? To where does it take him? No place. And you now see that self-censorship plays more effectively, so that that person, instead of publishing, will not negotiate with you. And whatever they find is tainted with embellishment that we had the race to. So we need to do a number of good things. Pay the journalists well. They don't need any permission. Our journalists should be made not to have any permission to cover any arm of government. And that is the reason I advocate responsible journalism, where you are made to suffer whatever you commit. If you publish wrongly, you answer for it. If you publish the correct thing, you should be protected. You don't have to take permission from people to cover them. But you can see in Nigeria, certain meetings, certain activities will be going on and say, this is out of camera. Why out of camera? You are working for us. So no society will work like that. We have laws that we are not implementing because we have strong individuals against strong institutions. We should let our laws work. Yes. Chapter 2 of our Constitution, Section 22, gives the media the responsibility to hold every public office holder responsible and accountable to the people. But that law is being mitigated. That law is being worked against. It's so unfortunate. Again, you know that investigative journalism, like you mentioned, how we checkmate, comes with risk. Our insurance system does not work well. If it works well, you are not paying the people enough to be able to insure themselves. But of course, the institutions, if we make it strong, should assure every journalist so that if anything happens, then the people he's leaving behind will be losing nothing.
Which means that if these institutions are made to work fine and the constitutional role is given to the tertiary institution, then automatically it will work.
Yes, and of course that is even when you begin to have our communities living on budgeted administration. You have to, every year, provide what you want to do. Take it to your council. Your council will look at it. If possible, let it be approved by the council of the local government. And you now have a framework which is going to be a law. Deviate from it, you are punished. It's as simple as that. Once you give them a constitutional role, then you run an administration that is based on budget, what you are going to execute. And once the funds are there and you fail to execute it, that is when you now have the platform for query.
So, what are these things that the traditional institutions need to be provided for them to work effectively in the course of the Nigerian situation, so as to make Nigeria work again?
Okay. I have been a candidate even before I became the traditional ruler. I have always been a candidate for decentralized policing down to the community. We have neighborhood watch now, and we are trying to make them effective. We have what we call the forest guard, which is now going to become National Forest Guard. While the state and local government might be in charge of the police, let the communities be in charge of the neighborhood. They take responsibilities from the community. The way our communities are now, if you look at the laws of traditional rulers' law, and of course the laws about the town union, you will see a parallel leadership in the community where the Igwe reports to the chieftaincy affairs, the town union by the present law reports to the rural development, and the main commissioner is in charge. In a situation like that, who controls who? You only say that the Igwe is number one by words of mouth, but it's not there in the statute books. So any intelligent person could always want to hinge on the provisions of the extant regulations to even fight in the Igwe. And when such things begin to happen, leadership is derailed. So let us make these institutions, right from the community level, become strong and responsible to the people. And how are they responsible to the people? Let what the Igwe is doing be checkmated through the media. But of course, in the present time, including the hunter, who should be the media, appear to be even more corrupt than the hunted. And in a situation like that, nothing works. But all things boils down to ineffective institution. Weaker institution versus stronger individuals. Once you are strong in the society, I was reading, I recommend this book. I read it, written by Okonjo-Iweala. Fighting Corruption is Dangerous. And that book exposed me to facts more, because once you have strong individual, no matter what you are doing is immaterial. There was one reform he wanted to do within the Ports Authority. And a particular person had to even stop her from going to see Mr. President, because that person was a strong aid to His Excellency. When I was reading that book, I began to wonder and asking God, God, when do you intervene so that we begin to have a stronger institution? This is somebody who was chairmaning the economic management team. And they're stopping him from going to see the president because you are strong. As bad as that. So the bottom line is that if we want everything to work, from the community to local government to state and to the national government, let us have strong institutions. When we have traditional rulers institution, it should not be about Igbe. It should be about Igbe conforming with the rules. It should be about the chairman of the local government conforming with the rules. And most importantly, let the process of selecting the leaders be open and transparent. It brings me to what happens in the Nogels. That's when you read While Nations Fell. There are two books I recommend to people who should be occupying public offices. One book is the one written by Professors Robinson and Asemogol, Why Nations Fell. I want also people to read From Third to First World, written by Lekwayo. What happened in Nogel? The Nogels of Arizona in United States of America and the Nogels in Mexico. The same people, the same traditional background, but the other one lives in abject poverty, the other one lives in affluence. The one in Arizona in United States of America, they are involved in selecting who leads them. That is democracy. If you do well, you go back. If you don't do well, you may not even complete your tenure. That is when those people will begin to be responsible to the people. Now, if I don't do well, I may not complete. If I complete, I may not come back for the second term. Then the Nogels in Arizona, in Mexico, they are not involved in their political processes of selecting their leader. So that is the difference. For you to become an Igwe, there must be a transparent process where the people elect you. For you to become anybody or hold any office at the local government level, our processes of selecting you has to be transparent. People have to be involved. And like that to the federal public office holders. That is when our system will begin to work.
Yes, we practice democracy in Nigeria.
Well, are we practicing democracy in Nigeria?
It is on paper, we practice democracy.
Okay, and I look at it as civil government, and really, when we begin to practice
on paper, we say it is democracy.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to, draw your mind to something important in terms of the traditional institutions in Nigeria.
Okay.
The way traditional institutions of various communities in Nigeria, or various towns, or wherever, the way they come on board, the traditional rulers come on board, is not the same process. And you are talking about a democracy, a true democracy, in the selection of traditional institution leaders. So, you see, and we do not have a law provided, because the laws that set up traditional institutions in various places differ. That is, some are through lineage, some are through some local constitutions of communities, community constitutions, and they are not the same all through. So it will be only a situation where you have a uniform mode of getting members of the traditional institutions and their leadership on board, that you will have what you are actually asking us to do.
Let me help you here and help our viewers. I was in Cuba in 2012, and I spent 2 weeks in Cuba. We looked at how they run and what was the strength for them to withstand the blockade by Americans for 50 years. When we were talking in one of the workshops, they define their own democracy, but of course, they run communism or communist system of government. Democracy is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. What does it amount to? No matter the system, allow the people choose who leads them. Let me look at, from that angle, let me come to the process of monarchical system of government. If we choose Kanu, for example, or we choose Onitsha, for example, they are the kingmakers. And they know that they run this hereditary. People inherit. But as people move around, the space of selection keeps expanding. The kingmakers will now sit down, do what they ought to do, and then once somebody emerges, if the processes are followed, the person will be widely accepted. Then, that is the kingdom. If you come down to our side where we run chiefdom, when we run open government, I don't know why this word is escaping from me, where people talk, this egalitarian society. I don't know why I'm losing this word that came to my head now, but I will remember it and I will tell you. You allow the process, the constitutional provisions. If you come to my community, we have constitution. And the constitution states who conducts election for the Igwe. The constitution specifies who qualifies to contest. The constitution says we move from village to village. The village whose turn it is to provide the next Igwe. This is what you do. These are the kind of persons you bring. And when you bring those kind of persons, let them come and contest. And let the process of electing or selecting him be transparent and open. That person will be widely accepted. Okay. It's not about when you say it is by hereditary. If 3 persons are qualified from the hereditary system, then allow them.
If 3 people are qualified from a system that uses hereditary to set up their traditional ruler, yes, they should be allowed to contest among themselves. That is and it. That says that is where once the process Highness Igwe submitted. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue. All right. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on a program, Arena on Aneke TV, and our guest is still here, dissecting our topic, which is the role of traditional institutions in the face of insecurity in Nigeria. And we've been talking about what the institutions need to actually perform an effective role of ensuring that we take Nigeria to another level. So, what are the other things that we require to empower the traditional institutions to function effectively?
Yeah, like I told you earlier, funding is of essence. Funding. We are in a society where every bit of taxation is collected by the state government. Whatever remains becomes an internally generated revenue for the local government. The Igwes are paid stipends, and those stipends may not even be enough to buy water you serve your visitors every month. So there is no way our traditional institutions will be as effective as we think it should be, as we expect it to be, without funding. And if you want it to run the way it is running now, expecting contributions from members of the community, the economy is so stressful down the line that you are not going to have enough to run the system. 2, there should be a constitutional provision where removal of Igwe, probably for certain considered unpalatable comments by the Igwe, and people in power will now say, you are challenging us. But the Igwe should be the people who should be able to sit down and tell public office holders the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But from my experience since I began to sit on this seat, you see people being more sycophantic because the processes of removal is simple. Just a pronouncement and the Igwe is gone. Even when his people has elected him. So there must be that constitutional provision that defines exactly what the Igwe should do, and that the Igwe for fair comments. You are media, you are my professional colleague, and you know what I mean by fair comments. The Igwe should not just because of fair comments he has made be made liable that he can go. Then thirdly, like I said, Igwe should be in charge of the local vigilante. There should not be divided loyalty. In the present time, when you talk to some of the neighborhood watch person, they will tell you they are paid from the local government. And it becomes true. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. But if we have made provisions and accommodated traditional institutions in law, and we budget for security, those things are funded, and that person is paid through the Igwe. Discipline, loyalty will be to that person. It is then that the Igwes will now be made to draw a budget for the year. We should begin to have our fiscal years, FISCAL, where you make your budget, present it to your council, it is debated, it is published, it is funded, and when we are funding it through the public treasurer or treasury, then you are accountable. Those things you cannot do, because once you run a budget, you present it back, it becomes a law. And if you flout the law, there will be basis for query. Then caution will come into play. Again, people should begin to be made to take responsibilities for what they have done right or what they have done wrong. Not because you're powerful. You know, in traditional institution now, if perchance your God has made you to be economically strong, you become a powerful individual. That Igwe can say anything. That Igwe can do anything. and nothing happens. Another person who is not as economically powerful as that particular Igwe may look at that person and do what he has done. He is gone the next day. No system works well like that. No system works well like that.
Yes, no system works well like that. The fact that there's no guarantee about the continued traditional rulership of traditional rulers in their offices, one begins to think that the traditional institution is seen by the law as inconsequential. Otherwise, when you talk about people voting the other, when somebody is voted into office, voted by the people, no single person, ordinarily, constitutionally, should remove such person from office. I think that is what it ought to be. Because you are talking about the franchise of the people ceded to those traditional rulers.
Yes.
So there's not supposed to be a law that will summarily dismiss them. So how have you people, do you have a kind of organization, a kind of brotherhood amongst yourselves, the traditional rulers, that would want to look at these laws that are at conflict? The one I said now, and then the second one is the relationship between the traditional ruler and the president or head of the town unions of the same community. Then the other person is reporting to the chieftaincy, while the other person reports to rural development. And then you find out that the loyalty is divided. And sometimes they'll begin to have clashes amongst themselves. That of rural development, the town union leadership, and the traditional ruler, who is supposed to be the #1 person in the community. So, is there any way the traditional institutions among themselves come together to think about a way out of that quagmire? Think about sending a memo to government of the various places where this happens, because we know that sometimes the local government laws, the chieftaincy laws vary from state to state. Therefore, is there any way you come together to do a memo reporting the inconsistency in terms of what law that set up these institutions and how they could be reconciled in such a way that they work? And then such law that is obnoxious. When I say obnoxious, he said people voted somebody and then one person just one day summarily makes a statement and one is gone. It is obnoxious. It is not consistent with the human rights laws. So we still wonder how it works that way.
Yeah, the grand norm of administration is the Constitution. If you come together to make any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, of course, it won't work. And when you were talking, you talked about what should. But that is not, as at now, the reality. Of a truth, I don't know what is happening in any other state. There is a traditional rulers law, I think, ongoing in Enugu State. I have opportunity of having a copy of it, talking about merging the town union laws with the traditional rulers laws, and they will now call it Administration of Communities Law. And I have had opportunity of reading it. You see dual responsibilities or duplicated or replicated responsibilities between the Igwe and the town union. And the town union, by this law ongoing, or they are looking at, still reports straight. Like we have in Enugu state or any other state, the governor is number one. Everything going to the government at the center should be going through the governor. I don't know what you're saying, whether you understand what I'm saying. And I'm of the opinion that for our communities to work well, there should be an organogram. That organogram will show who is on top, who is next, down the line. When I was in public service, I used to know that we have channel of communication. Even when you are petitioning against somebody to somebody, the channel says you petition the person through himself to the authority. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there must be an organized organogram who shows who is number one in that community. Every communication going out of that community should be channeled through that person, even when you are writing against him. I have seen, for 35 years I worked, I did my best, and I was not really at the background. Even when you want to write about Mr. A to Mr. C, you follow that chain of communication, otherwise you have not written anything. If you want to communicate, for example, from the institution where I worked to the Ministry of Health, you don't just write straight, you write through. It shows that this person is here. From him or through him, you get to the outside world. If it is not done, it's like Aneke playing out. I am interested in making the system work. And the system has to work when we have organized leadership. Otherwise, like you said, I see it that that traditional institution, in the face of all, is being treated as inconsequential in leadership. Those things we have highlighted, let there be law. Like our constitution gave federal government responsibilities, it gave state government responsibilities, it gave local government responsibilities. Down the line, the last tier of government should be the community leadership. And the constitution has to give the constitution some responsibilities.
The communities.
And, yes, and you have people you account to, from community to local government to governor and so on. But in the end, you can see somebody get up one day in the community and write straight to His Excellency, circumventing the community leadership, circumventing the local government leadership across Nigeria. And you still see the state government looking at it instead of saying, go back and follow the channel.
Route it very well.
They route it very well.
And of course, somewhere the governors had also that responsibility to hire and fire. Of course, whoever they give the staff of office, whether by hook or crook, becomes the traditional ruler.
Yes.
And whoever they remove the staff of office from whether by hook or crook, ceases to be the traditional ruler. Yeah. It's not very palatable, actually. It's not, because that is exactly why that is exactly why the Sultan of Sokoto sometime was removed by the governor of the state. Yes. That is exactly why the Emir of Kano was removed just by
another governor came in and brought him back.
So you see, it is as if maybe there is no order and defined arrangement in the governance system.
Yeah, just like I told you, for you to be a vocal Igwe, you must primarily be economically strong. That your people chose you to speak for them does not really matter in the present system. If you are fortunate and you have occupied several offices, you've accumulated wealth reasonable enough, you have made your contacts, even when you're wrong, you are right.
Which means you imply that somehow the rule of law is not very prevalent in Nigeria. Because you talked about very strong persons.
Yeah,
and such strong persons, the rule of law does not apply to very strong persons. But I may differ on that, because we know that some persons are now being held and tried in court for certain things they did, which government deem are criminal.
Yeah, not really. You shouldn't hold somebody responsible for deeming. It should be on facts. But that's not what I'm saying. If you look at those of them being held now, and you relate it to political comments and actions, after all, those persons have been wrong and they did those things in those days. And nobody talked about them until there became a friction. You know, I'm just being sincere to myself to tell you that if our system works the way it should, once you are elected, no matter how strong, no matter how little, no matter how weak, people should consider that the office you are holding is a collective power given to you on trust.
Okay.
And that trust from people, the people should be the consideration, not even the person.
Okay. In the present circumstance, what do you think in a final analysis, because of want of time, that should be done finally to make the traditional institutions to actually help to take Nigeria to the next level?
Okay, we had said it, we had repeated it a number of times, but by way of summary,
yeah,
we are saying that traditional institution that has been touted to be the #1 chief security in the community should be made to be that by process of law.
The traditional institutions that are really the nearest to the people should be made to be stronger by the process of law. And so submitted His Royal Highness Igwe Comrade. He is still a comrade, Igwe Comrade in Nyawobodo, who is here on Arena. Thank you for being here for us.
Thank you.
And this is where we're going to draw the curtain on this edition of Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Just join us next time, same session, and we'll be right there to actually talk on issues that will relate to you and that will take Nigeria forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Patrick Lumumba stands as one of the most defining and debated figures in modern African political thought. His legacy, rooted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, extends far beyond his brief time in office. A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.